Ready to go.
Thanks, Josh. Welcome, everyone, to the second follow-up meeting of the ELA Standards Recommendation Committee meeting. Thank you so much for being here. I tell these people they're the hardest working people in showbiz because they not only want to stay after 4:30 each day, but they wanted to meet a couple more times to make sure we get this right. So appreciate everyone's steadfast dedication. I know these are long nights. Really excited to be joined by Chairman Robert S. Eby of the State Board of Education. He is no stranger to public ed. He's been at the Oak Ridge School Board and has been on the State Board of Education, was vice chair, and is now our chairman. And we're so grateful that he gave an hour of his personal time to the cause. So I'd love to pass it over to Chair Eby for a few words.
Thanks, Brianna, and let me thank each one of you for the service that you're providing to the state of Tennessee. I think about the responsibilities that the state board has, and I would arguably say that the number one responsibility we have is setting the standards of what each one of our students should know in K through 12. And obviously it starts with ELA. And I'm not an educator by training. I'm an engineer by training. The only reason I got to be an engineer by training was because the good education I had through the Oak Ridge school systems. And each one of you are providing that opportunity for our students across the state of Tennessee. I know it is taking a lot of time. Brianna's told me about how many hours you've been spending on this, and that you're all eager to do it. And I appreciate it. You're giving your time for our students, and thank you so much for doing that. We look forward to seeing the recommendation at our board meeting and look forward to many questions. You will see that our board is not one to hesitate to ask questions, but I got a strong feeling that this ELA committee is going to be able to answer any questions that we have. And again, thanks for your time. And I'm going to sit in for the next hour or so and just kind of watch the process work. Thanks, Brianna. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so I have a couple housekeeping items before I turn it over to our real leaders. One reminder, I'm going to share my screen in just a moment for the spreadsheet, but just, follow along with us and make sure that, anything we're writing down in that spreadsheet reflects your thoughts and beliefs about what we're doing here, because that spreadsheet represents all of us as our permanent record of what's going on in these meetings. In terms of what's coming up today, last I checked, we have 96 reading standards to go. Lucas, check my math. Vice Chair Hilliard, I should say. Check my math.
I did a count and I did my own count and I believe I got 87.
Oh, nice. Okay. Perfect. We have 87.
The kids say 6'7", 6'7".
Oh, Dr. Stout, you're 2 steps ahead of me. I'm knee deep in newborn land, so that's good. I'll write that down. Then I'm hoping we can maybe get to some elective standards if that feels fun and that feels right. Last I checked, we've got 188 of those, but as we know, they're sort of shorter in nature. I want to remind you, you've got your discussion questions to hopefully, obviously let's dig in, but make sure that, our discussions are the highest use of our power and our energy here today, to double check vertical alignment, horizontal alignment, all the things. Don't forget about your feedback documents. It was so impressive watching all at our last meeting, sort of divvying up everything and being super efficient and awesome and thorough in your work. Ms. Winters will be joining us at 5, so we might need a K5 TOE designee when we begin for public feedback. Finally, in terms of written and spoken public comment, I did not hear from anybody who wants to give spoken public comment today, so you have those 20 minutes back in your schedule to reallocate as y'all see fit. I have not received any written public feedback formally yet, but as soon as I get any, I will let y'all know. With that, does anyone have any questions before we formally commence? Okay, over to you, Chair Kernagis.
Well, thank you. It's a privilege to have you with us, Chair Eby, and I just want to let you know that we're taking so much time because our intention all through this process has been not to put Tennessee in the top half of the country, but in the top 10%. And we're making sure that these standards are rigorous and that they will apply to all the children in the state of Tennessee. So With that, I would have to say that it is now 4:35 Eastern Time, but it's 3:35 Central Time. And I would like to call this meeting of the English Language Arts ELA Standards Recommendation Committee, SRC, to order. Vice Chair Hilliard, please call the roll to determine a quorum.
Right. The appropriate response would be present. Miss Baird,
Present.
Miss Dockery,
Present.
Mr. Hilliard, present. Miss Now,
Present.
Miss Singletary,
Present.
Dr. Stout,
Present.
Miss Winters is absent, and Chair Kernagis.
Present.
Chair Kernagis, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard. I move the recording serves as the minutes for today. Do I have a second?
I second.
This will be a voice vote. All those in favor of using the recording as our meeting minutes signify by saying aye.
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 I've determined that we heard at least 5 ayes, so the motion carries. So be it. Members and presenters, please raise your hand or say Chair Kernagis out loud to be recognized. I don't think we've had much of a problem with that because everybody's had a chance to speak. We try to move things along because it takes a lot of time to get through all these standards, but we want to make sure everybody has a chance to provide input. Members and presenters, please turn off your microphone in front of you unless you're speaking on the WebEx. For all the benefit of all Tennesseans, please avoid the use of jargon and acronyms where possible, or define any of those acronyms that are used. We'll now proceed with our next item on the agenda, which Vice Chair Hilliard is.
All right. We are currently in the midst of the reading standards. As we mentioned earlier, by my count, we have 87 remaining reading standards, 165 remaining elective standards, plus the supporting language that we need to take a look at, as well as just to ensure that we have completed our parking garage and wish list. So that's kind of where we stand at the moment. I believe we should probably continue with our progression. I think Ms. Summers has her hand raised. Are you just checking that, or do you have something to throw in?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard. If it's okay with you, Chair Kernagis, can I read the statement of necessity?
Please do.
The Tennessee State Board of Education's English Language Arts Standards Recommendation Committee called an electronic meeting at 3:30 Central Time today, September 29th, 2025. This meeting is called to continue proposing revisions to the ELA standards. Due to the time-sensitive nature of the items on the committee's agenda and the fact that the committee members reside across the state, it was determined that a physical quorum of the members could not be assembled in Nashville for the purposes of this meeting. As such, this meeting shall be conducted electronically. Notice of this meeting was posted on the State Board's website, along with the agenda and instructions for accessing the meeting.
Back to you, Coach Hilliard.
Great, thank you. So where we left off, we were in the midst of reading standard 6. So we're on the reading tab of the spreadsheet. The particular row we're on is 125, if you'd like to follow along on your own copy of the spreadsheet. Just to ensure we're all kind of on the same page about where we're at, it's been a week, so I know there might be some forgetting that might have occurred in the interval. We are looking at the standard, the cornerstone for this particular standard. In our latest iteration, we've made some edits to the cornerstone, but our current cornerstone language is analyze how perspective, point of view, and purpose shape the content and style of a text. We were working intentionally to ensure that we were clearly distinguishing between perspective and point of view. We had completed the K through 5 progression for this particular standard for both RI and RL, and we were about to move into the 6 through 8. Are we ready to go ahead and start right into the 6th grade?
We are. That's where the rubber meets the road.
All right, then let's do it. So we're all on the same page. This standard is located in G125 of the reading tab of the spreadsheet, if you'd like to follow along on your own. Especially since at times I found that in our last meeting it was helpful if we were proposing edits to the language to type out that language and then post it in the suggested change box. So by following along there, you guys can see the specific language I've typed up. Okay. So with that in mind, our 6.rl.cs.6 standard proposed by the EIT is explain how an author establishes and conveys the perspective of the narrator or speaker in a text.
Okay, are there any suggested revisions to that?
We do have TDOE feedback. And again, this was before our current revised changes. It says, please consider changing the word perspective to point of view since the standard only concerns narration.
Is that acceptable to everyone? Hearing no problems, let's say that that would be approved and move on to the next. Yes?
Sorry, I'm difficult. So there we're just asking kids to identify like how they use the pronouns essentially. Is that what we're asking them to do in that? How it establishes the point of view, so first person, second point.
Let's hear some feedback on that from TDOE.
Yes, essentially at the sixth grade level, it would be just identifying basic narration types. I believe, and I don't remember what the revision was in the fifth grade, but at least in the current version of the standards, that was the expectation right now is in fifth grade that they would learn kind of the basic first person, second person, third person points of view. And like the difference between third person omniscient, third person limited, just the really common pieces of those. And then they would move, obviously, as they progress into the upper grade levels, into increasingly into more and more knowledge about kind of the nuances around those different types of point of view. So the feedback here was really just about, I know there's been a lot of confusion about the overlap of point of view and perspective and how those are often interchangeable, but just trying to capture that the terminology, at least for literature, in terms of the narrator, that it would be advised to use the proper term, which is point of view there. And now it's obviously that includes the perspective of the narrator and so forth, and you can certainly talk about all of those things as well. That would be well within that, but just using that proper terminology as far as narration goes was the feedback. Did I answer your question, Annie?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
I can clarify really quickly the progression we worked through. So in our current iteration of this particular standard, from roughly K through 3, we haven't used the language of point of view at all. We use perspective. I think we, in the first grade iteration of the standard, would make some reference to something, an analog to point of view, but we don't really use that language of point of view quite yet. In 4th grade is where we introduce distinguishing between point of view and perspective, and that's the first iteration of point of view we see in the standards. In 5th grade, the standard reads, compare and contrast the effect of the point of view from which different stories are narrated. So we're comparing and contrasting the effects of various points of view. So that has been introduced at the 5th grade level. We're now moving into the 6th grade level, so we should be advancing beyond that. And the current reading of the standard would read, explain how an author establishes and conveys the point of view of the narrator or speaker in a text. So the question I think we need to ask ourselves is, does that feel like a logical progression from the previous standard, which read, compare and contrast the points of view from which the effects of the point of view from which different stories are narrated?
Yeah, I guess that's where my true question was, in that it feels to me like easier than what we had the 5th graders do. I don't know if that's just me or not, but that's kind of the way I was feeling about it.
Well, it refers to the author's perspective or point of view. We're talking about
Well,
different
it's talking
animals.
about how the author it's talking about how the author establishes it, rather than just the author's perspective. So it's the narrator or speaker's perspective, but it's emphasizing how the author establishes that. I guess, Ms. Dockery, I think if there were to be, and I see your misgivings here, but I think if you were going to argue that there is a progression happening, it's from simply comparing and contrasting the effects of point of view to thinking about point of view as something intentionally crafted by an author, and being established by and conveyed by an author. So we're kind of introducing the author's role in establishing point of view at the 6th grade level, and that seems to be the progression, if there is one. Though I can see your perhaps misgivings about this not being.
I
true.
certainly appreciate your explanation. I believe you are correct. I wonder if it would be helpful to include this in the standards guide, that just your explanation of that.
That would be super helpful as far as on our end of understanding the rationale, of having the record of your rationale behind this standard would be great.
Yeah, can we do that? How do we do
Yes.
that? How do we record that?
Yeah, and I believe we have already said that in our glossary definitions in our parking garage that we will address that when the time comes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Then let's move on. If that's if
I have to
we're
agree with the comment made earlier that this seems like an easier task. And the reason why I say that is if I am playing the role of a 6th grader and you ask me to establish how the author created point of view, I'm simply going to say by the use of pronouns.
point. Other comments?
I also think we are clearly differentiating between point of view and perspective here, but the previous iteration of the standard did not. So I think not from the EAT, I meant from the previous iteration from the currently existing standards. So we, at other places in the standards, I know 4th grade, we did this pretty intentionally where we outlined something that students are expected to do with point of view and something they're expected to do with perspective. I worry a little bit. We don't mention perspective in the 5th grade version of the standard at all. And now we're moving into 6th grade and we still would be not mentioning perspective at all. So I wonder if there's a possibility of, even if we see this as not necessarily being a huge progression, and I agree, when it comes to point of view, we could perhaps build in some progression through just asking students to do something with perspective at this level, which they're not currently being tasked with doing.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation as well, is to add the and, how the author establishes perspective and point of view, because that is testing 2 different skills.
We could even, if we want to think beyond just the narrator and speaker, we could even say something along the lines of explain how an author establishes and conveys the perspective of the narrator or speaker and explain how an author establishes and conveys the point of view of the narrator or speaker in a text and the perspectives of the characters in a text, to kind of differentiate between not just thinking about perspectives of the narrator or speaker.
Would you like to create some new language for us to react to?
Sure, I can do that. Okay, I drafted something in the suggested change box. That's I-25. It reads, explain how an author establishes and conveys the point of view of the narrator or speaker and the perspectives of characters in a text.
All right, react to that. Is there any objection to any of the wording in that modified standard? I hear none. Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, I'd say that this one sounds approved. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay. We're onto the RI iteration of the 6th grade standard, which reads, determine an author's perspective or purpose in a text or media format and explain how it is conveyed. My concern would be this use of or between perspective and purpose. To me, it's presenting it as if one might have a perspective or a purpose, as if they might be mutually exclusive, and I don't think those would necessarily be mutually exclusive. I could see this being a situation where, yeah, go ahead, Ms. Dockery.
I think you're about to answer my question, so go ahead.
So I think the question would be whether we would use and/or if we would use and I would like to hear if people agree with me that we shouldn't say or, which of the two they think would be better there instead.
Anyone? Annie?
I am rereading real quick.
Okay. Brittany, are we prepared to do this from what we've done in the 5th grade?
I think so.
Say at this point we have established perspective. Students have spent a decent amount of time with perspective. The real extension here is purpose, and considering author's purpose in a text. So that would be the distinction there.
Is it confusing to say perspective or purpose and maybe not just in? We talked about perspective already. Can we just say determine an author's purpose?
I think we might lose something if we get rid of purpose. That is important. I think my vote would be for the use of an and. I'm not against and or, but I think I might prefer and.
Yeah, that was my instinct as well, Ms. Dockery, was to use and there.
I think you're spot on.
I did have one flag in that regard, and I think this was in part of the conversation of the EAT, was that there are some informational texts, particularly texts where the author's intent is just to inform and convey facts. And in those texts, the perspective is not really relevant of the author because they're just conveying factual information and they're just, the objective in the background providing it. So in that sense, that would be, I think the suggestion from TDOE would be to have and or there, to have that kind of distinction for that reason. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
I've been persuaded.
All right. So
have
we had that change to and or?
Either, but I'll move forward.
All right. Sounds like we're okay with it.
A couple additional things. We would need to change the language to it would be, instead of saying how it is conveyed, it would be how they are conveyed, since we're now plural, purpose and perspective. And then elsewhere in the standards, we have not drawn a clear distinction between texts and multimedia texts, like multimedia format, like is mentioned here. We've just simply said texts, assuming that text was encompassing of a wide range of different writing formats. So I don't believe elsewhere we've really drawn any distinction between text and media formats, and I don't see language like that elsewhere in our reading standards. So my suggestion would be to just simply say in a text, rather than in a text or media format, because we have kind of considered a text to be a more inclusive term than just something printed on a page. But I would obviously be open to other people's ideas if they think that language is important.
No, I agree. We can find the multimedia language to other standards. So I think it's out of place here. And I also agree with the and or revision. I had hesitancy at first about that, but I see your point about that. So I just want to make sure that as we progress in alignment throughout these upper standards, that we also look back at author's purpose in particular through this, because it seems it can be an exclusive standard. And so I want to make sure that we do that right. Just for the record.
Thank you. You're on record.
So the current draft I have of the standard is determine an author's perspective and or purpose. And what was that?
You have a hand.
Okay, yes. Who is
I
that?
just wanted to share really quick, just to flag that the cornerstone currently says or, and so you also might want to change that to and or.
Okay, great. Thank you. Actually, we changed the cornerstone to read analyze how perspective, point of view, and purpose shape the content and style of a text.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
But it's not present there, right?
Well, that is the existing cornerstone. If you scroll over to column O, you will see the revised cornerstone.
All right, thank you.
So the standard as currently written reads, determine an author's perspective and or purpose in a text and explain how they are conveyed. Does anyone have feedback on that iteration of the standard?
All right, hearing no objections.
No objections, but I do say we should put the definition of text maybe in the glossary, because for me, it always means all the things, right? But maybe some people don't see it as that, so I think that would be useful.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. All right, let's move on. It's approved as
Okay.
changed.
Okay. We are moving to 7.rl now, which reads, analyze how an author establishes, conveys, and contrasts the perspective of different characters or narrators in a text.
Comments? Hearing none, it sounds like everybody wants to accept this one.
I do think we should, and tell me if I'm wrong here, but I think we should make perspective plural. I think that would read better.
Yes, absolutely. Anything from TDOE in terms of recommended changes? Do we have people looking over?
Yeah, not for RL, for RI, yes.
All right, very good. All right.
Do you have anything other than making perspective plural for this particular standard?
Nothing here. All right, let's move on.
Okay. For 7.ri, I believe Ms. Now said we had TDOE feedback. So would you mind?
We do.
sharing
It's
that?
a minor edit. It says, please consider moving the phrase if applicable to be placed before the word analyze instead of at the end. Standard would then read, determine an author's perspective or purpose in a text or media format, and when applicable, analyze how an author distinguishes.
Okay. So the current standard reads, I should have read that before we get the feedback. I apologize. 7.ri reads, determine an author's perspective or purpose in a text or media format and analyze how an author distinguishes his or her position from that of others, if applicable. So where was the recommended movement of applicable? It was to after analyze. Is that correct?
Before analyze.
Before analyze.
And comma when applicable, comma.
Okay, and then I believe we should replicate our and or from earlier between perspective and purpose, since we did that in the prior iteration of the standard.
I think so.
So it would read, determine an author's perspective and or purpose in a text. I believe we also should delete or media format in keeping with our decision elsewhere. So determine an author's perspective and or purpose in a text, and if applicable, analyze how an author distinguishes his or her position from that of others. Are we making a clear distinction between position and perspective here? I know that like within College Board, there is a distinction made between those two terms, but I don't know if that's a distinction that we are intending to make, or if we're using position as essentially a synonym for perspective.
It's the first time we've heard that word.
Is it just argument instead of position? I feel like argument is a term we've used earlier in those standards.
Art in the, bear with me. In the fourth grade standard, the informational standard, we were comparing and contrasting two accounts. In this standard, to me, I mean, this is still informational. And to me, it would make sense here instead of position, because that does denote argument. And change it to account or something similar.
I like the language of account.
Yeah.
Kind of encapsulate both argument and non-argument.
I was just flipping through the current standards that are active in Tennessee classrooms. I don't see position in any other of the current standards other than this one 7th grade one. And I'm looking through the glossary right now, and one thing that's interesting in point of view, as we've talked about before, they sort of use perspective and point of view sort of interchangeably, at least in the glossary, but then it also uses position interchangeably. So let me see if there's any other instances. No, that sounds very specific to foundational literacy. Yeah. So this is the only other substantive use of the word position in the entire current standards document. I'll zoom in.
I would argue, unless we're going to have an intentional distinction being made between purpose and, or not, sorry, purpose, perspective and position, that we should likely just stick with perspective for the sake of consistency.
I like perspective.
Agreed.
So the current iteration of this standard would then read: determine an author's perspective and or purpose in a text, and if applicable, analyze how an author distinguishes his or her account from the accounts of others.
Sorry, I thought we were going. Account feels odd to me. Account feels like, I guess, telling like the events of something that have happened, to me. So I feel like, to me, that feels a little, I don't know, just not as clear.
So would we just use perspectives then here?
I think that's probably a lot of the word perspective, though. But I'm not sure if there's a better word.
Yeah, I don't want to use synonyms just for the sake of synonyms, especially since the more synonyms we use, the more possible. The whole revision of this particular standard is to avoid confusion over what was deemed two synonymous words that a lot of people did not read as synonymous.
Can I make a suggestion? Later in the standards progressions, we have the word viewpoints. Should we, I think that comes up for the 8th grade standard, RI standard. Should we introduce viewpoint here?
As opposed to point of view?
No, I think we're talking about account or position. Like if you go down to 131, no, 130, it says determine an author's perspective or purpose in a text or media format and analyze how the author acknowledges in response to conflicting evidence or viewpoints. And I'm wondering if position is the same thing as viewpoint in this particular standard.
I think that's a good flag. I wonder if, because I feel like all of these, position, perspective, viewpoint, are essentially being used interchangeably. And so I wonder if we just should stick to the language of perspective consistently throughout. It may lead to, like Miss Dockery pointed out, it might lead to somewhat repetitive language in the standards. But I mean, essentially, what we're most concerned with is conveying a clear meaning. And I guess I just go back to the fact that this standard has been a source of confusion because of the use of both perspective and point of view to mean essentially the same thing. So I wonder if fewer iterations of this word will.
That makes sense to me, Coach. So how would you rewrite this standard then?
Well, what I've got currently is just determine an author's perspective and or purpose in a text, and if applicable, analyze how an author distinguishes his or her perspective from the perspectives of others.
Is that acceptable to everybody? Was it rigorous? Is there scaffolding?
I believe so.
It's good with me. Hearing no objections, I say we prove it and move on.
I do just want to recognize Ms. Stout or Dr. Stout. That was a good flag. So we should definitely look at the word viewpoints as we move to that as well, just to ensure that we're creating this consistency.
I agree,
because I had not considered that previously. Okay. The 8.RL standard reads: analyze how similarities and differences in the perspective of the audience and the characters create effects such as suspense, humor, or dramatic irony. Do we have TDOE feedback on the 8.RL standard? Okay. I find this standard, I can parse it if I sit with it for a moment, but I find it a little hard to parse on first glance. I don't know if that's just me or if that's something other people are feeling about this standard as well.
I have always kind of had disdain for the standard because of that as well. One aspect is, to me, correct me if I'm wrong, but dramatic irony is a like device, not an effect. And I feel like when you put the language of contrasting narrator's perspective from character perspective, that's basically dramatic irony. Let me read that again.
I think you're onto something.
Yeah, so it feels like to me it should be, but please tell me if I'm overlooking something. Analyze how, either keep the language, analyze how similarities and differences in perspective of the audience and the characters create effects such as suspense, humor. We could add tragedy there, suspense, humor, or tragedy. Or analyze how dramatic irony creates effects such as suspense, humor, or tragedy. I'm just throwing tragedy out there because that is a common effect of dramatic irony as well.
Any other comments about that, Dr. Now?
I was just looking back in our previous revisions. We've had a similar discussion, and the last time we met, and I was looking to see what we did in that case to make sure that we're in horizontal alignment.
Seems analogous to our aesthetic impact argument a little bit.
Yes, agreed. And I think in that case, we had just tried to streamline the language and say effects.
We did. I think we just simplified it to effects on the reader.
Mm-hmm.
Would that work for everyone? Saying effects on the reader instead of specifying suspense, humor, or dramatic irony?
I think that's better. The focus is clear for the standard in that case.
If I remember correctly, did we put effects on the reader and then put the other stuff in parentheses, or did we just, I remember the conversation, I just don't remember what we started, how we ended, excuse me.
We had a long conversation about that. We ultimately decided not to put the various effects in the parentheses. We just left it as effects on the reader.
And I vote for consistency.
Okay, can you tell us now how the new one would read?
It would now read: analyze how similarities and differences in the perspective of the audience and the perspectives of the characters create effects on the reader.
I'm struggling with the word create effects on the reader.
What is it about that? Because we're essentially keeping create effects that was already in the standard. We're just simply adding on the reader.
Just seems stilted. I don't know.
I think I get where he's coming from, but we also, I think, had the same language, for the sake of consistency in the other standard. But my initial reaction is like impacts the reader. But that might lack specificity that brings in some confusion. So I guess I'm not against the current writing of it, but I also see what Mr. Kernakis is saying.
I'm
Hadn't
agreeable.
pulled up.
I'm agreeable to it. If it didn't affect anybody else, it could be just something I had for lunch.
I pulled up the standard that we were referring to that included in the language about aesthetic impact, just so we can kind of mirror that language. And it reads, analyze how an author's, this is going back, not our current standard, but the one that had aesthetic impact, reads, analyze how an author's choices concerning plot structure and or time manipulation contribute to the text's meaning and effect on the reader. So it was contribute to the text's effect on the reader. So it was slightly different wording there than what we're employing
I
here.
like that wording better.
I do too.
So I think it's
So-
I agree the contribute to and create. I don't know, it's the connotation of create.
So if I employed that language, it would read something like, analyze how similarities and differences in the perspective of the audience and the perspectives of the characters contribute to the text's effect on the reader.
Absolutely. That sounds brilliant. Is that
Feel good about that?
is that agreeable to everybody? Hearing no objections, I suggest we move on.
Okay. Then for the 8.RI, we have determine an author's perspective or purpose in a text or media format and analyze how an author distinguishes his or her position from that of others if applicable. This is very similar in wording to the 7th grade standard, so I think we should probably base a lot of our decisions off of our wording for the 7th grade standard. The difference is in the back half of the standard, where instead of saying analyze how an author distinguishes his or her position from that of others, we have analyze how the author acknowledges and responds to conflicting evidence or viewpoints. But the first half should read the same. Yes, go ahead.
I have a note. So when we did the speaking and listening standard, that kind of mirrors this, where the 9th grade begins rhetoric, we had some scaffolding added. I forgot the exact wording, but we added something about like persuasive techniques. I think we avoided the word persuasive. Something about 6th grade that being confusing, but I'd have to say in 8th grade, I've never had an issue with students being confused about like the word persuade. But I don't know if we want to add that scaffolding again here, or we think that the speaking and listening scaffolding was enough to bridge the gap to jump to rhetoric in the 9th grade. I just wanted to bring that up for discussion.
Who has comments on that?
I don't see an obvious location to add that language to the standard. Do you, Ms. Dockery?
Let me see if I wrote anything out.
I did attempt while she's looking to kind of meld what we did to the 7th grade standard to what is currently in the 8th grade standard. If anyone wants to look at what I've got in I-30 there.
I mean, the only thing I can think that'd be clunky, and like I said, if we don't think it's necessary, then we don't need to put it, but maybe analyze how an author uses persuasive techniques or acknowledges and responds to conflicting evidence and perspectives. Yeah, I'm not really great at the wordsmithing of these standards, but I don't know. I guess a question is, do we think it's even necessary before we try to add it in?
I don't know if personally, I don't know if it's 100% necessary, because this is really, we're really kind of viewing this as the perspective, point of view, and purpose standard. And so we're really just looking at how an author develops their own perspective, but really, since this is reading, we're thinking less about how they develop their own and more about how they engage with the perspectives and points of views of others.
Okay.
And I feel like the current iteration of the standard mostly accomplishes that, but I'm totally open to other ideas.
To me, what we've created, I'm sorry, not the word created, but to me, what we've revised here aligns well with the 8th grade speaking and listening standard, because as a reader, as a writer, as a speaker, we're evaluating the purpose of others' motives. We're analyzing that speaker's argument and claims, assessing the soundness of the reasoning and the evidence. That's in the 8th grade speaking and listening standard. Whereas in this one, the focus is on the author. And so we're determining the author's perspective and how they acknowledge and respond to conflicting evidence and perspectives. And it's up to us as the audience to examine those later. So I agree with the wording here as it stands.
Okay, so are there any more suggestions for changes? If not, let's move on.
Okay, then I think we're ready to move to the high school standards. The E1, E2, RL iteration of the standard reads, analyze how perspective and/or author's purpose shape the content, meaning, and style of diverse texts. I would say this is a small linguistic difference, but we have, I did not mean to accidentally delete that standard, I apologize. We have said analyze how an author's perspective, analyze how author's perspective and/or purpose. So just moving the possessive authors to include perspective as well, because that's what we've done elsewhere, just for the sake of consistency.
That mirrors the TDOE feedback. I'm sorry, I don't remember who had a high school. Anybody?
I think it was me, actually. So I can.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I can do that. I'm letting everybody down on my job. Okay.
So yeah, let's actually just have that conversation now. Make sure we all know who's looking at TDOE feedback. So, so Miss Now, you'll be looking at the middle school. Miss Dockery, can you look at the 9-12?
Yeah.
And then yeah, and just Miss Winters, it was looking at K-5, but she's not with us currently. Would someone else be willing to hop in and keep an eye out for the K-5 TDOE feedback?
I can do that.
Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you, Miss Singletary. Miss Dockery, what did you have to say?
So TDOE for the 9 through 10 RL CS.6 or E1, E2. So consider removing the phrase and or author purpose, as that does not apply well to literary fiction, and Tennessee literary nonfiction. Literary texts that are appropriate for analyzing author's purpose is categorized as informational text, so the RI standards would apply to those texts.
That is true. We have, yeah.
Do I paste that into the chat? Is that helpful?
I think I've got it.
Okay.
I edited correspondingly just to remove and/or author's purpose, since we have viewed purpose as being something that lived within informational text previously. So it would now read, analyze how author's perspective shapes the content, meaning, and style of diverse texts.
Are those changes acceptable to everyone now?
Could I get a clarification from the committee
Please.
here?
Yes.
So the addition of author's perspective here is something that we've kind of had conversations about, just in the sense internally, in the sense of, there's often cases where there are literary texts that are written that maybe the content of the story is actually not reflective of the author's perspective. And so in that case, it wouldn't be so much that the students would be analyzing the author's perspective, because they'd be really analyzing perspectives that are contained within the text, the narrator, the characters, and that sort of thing. So my suggestion would be to have it broad enough to where it would encapsulate cases where students would not necessarily be analyzing the author's perspective in a given text.
Understand?
Okay. Yeah, I think
That's
that
my response
that
to that is, do we think 8th grade is the appropriate grade where they can determine the difference between the author's perspective and the character's perspective? Like, do they have the sophistication level to do that at 8th grade? I see a head nod, so I guess they do. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that input.
I don't know if that was my head or not. Was that my head?
Well, maybe I saw 2 head nods.
Okay, okay. Because I was like, I think so. I think it is a little bit challenging, but I think it's doable.
So Banks, if I'm hearing the recommendation correctly, we would want to emphasize the perspective of the narrator or speaker and the perspectives of the characters with that, I believe that, rather than of the author themselves here.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe just the perspective of the narrator or speaker would be sufficient. But if the committee feels like adding the perspectives of the characters in the standard itself, it would be kind of included, and that would be something we'd elaborate on in the standard guide. But I personally don't know that it would be necessary to include it in the actual language.
Okay. The language I have drafted to kind of reflect that would read, analyze how the perspective of the narrator or speaker shapes the content, meaning, and style of diverse texts. How do we feel about that?
I do like this. It's just if we add character, I'm afraid it's going to overly complicate the process. So I like this a little better.
Okay. Yeah, so we don't currently have character in there, so it would just be about narrator and speaker or speaker.
Okay, are we okay with the current or with the standard as revised? Okay, it sounds like everybody's in.
Did we lose purpose? Shape. I see purpose in the original standard.
The TDOE recommendation was we have not used purpose in the context of literary text, just in the context
Yes.
of informational text.
You're right. We're just sticking with perspective. Thank you for reminding me.
Thoughts about this one from anyone?
I think we've revised it well. If we don't have any objections, let's move on. No objections?
Okay.
Go.
Okay. Then the E1, E2 RI standard reads, analyze how an author's perspective or purpose shapes content and style, determine how rhetoric is used to advance the author's perspective or purpose when applicable. Do we have TDOE recommendations there?
Yes, one moment. Okay. So TDOE says, oh no. Oh, I'm sorry, are we doing RI?
We are doing RICS6.
Okay, I am in the right spot. My bad. I doubted myself. Okay, consider moving the phrase when applicable from the end of the standard to right after the semicolon. The second part of the standard would then read when applicable, comma, determine how rhetoric is used, ...
Elsewhere, we have used if applicable rather than when applicable. Should we use if applicable again just to maintain consistency? Or is there a distinction being drawn between if applicable and when applicable?
So.
Okay. And then I added and slash before or here, since just to marry what we're doing here with what we've done elsewhere. So I think the revised version would read, analyze how an author's perspective and or purpose shape content and style, if applicable, determine how rhetoric is used to advance the author's perspective and or purpose. Any thoughts there?
It sounds like we have consensus for dealing with what we got.
Okay. Does everyone feel that way? All right. Then we can move to the E3, E4 standards. E3, E4 of RL reads, analyze how perspective and or author's purpose shape the content, meaning, and style of diverse text. This reads identical to the E1, E2 version of the standard. So unless we want to build in rigor, and outside of just obviously the natural rigor of increasingly difficult texts, I would recommend we simply just readopt the language that we edited for E1, E2.
The TDOE feedback was identical as well.
There is
Sounds like we're good.
there is one piece of feedback on there. Do you want me to share, Ms. Dockery? Do you see it?
Go ahead. I must have overlooked it.
No, that's okay.
So-
Oh, there's two different pieces on there. That's why. I see what you're saying. So the flag is basically that TDOE likes the revisions to the standard, and I especially like that you're just kind of mirroring the 9.2, but that the EAT did remove the phrase, and Tammy, feel free to jump in if you disagree with this recommendation, but did remove the phrase requires distinguishing what is directly stated in text and what is implied, which is particularly important with satirical text at this grade level. And so the recommendation from TDOE was to consider keeping the revisions, but adding some version of that phrase so that once it comes time for materials to be adopted, that there will be satirical texts at the 11, 12 grade level, because satire is just incredibly difficult for students to grasp, but they really need to have that instruction before they get to college. So yes.
Our hope was that would be taken care of in purpose of, let me see, what was it? The purpose, shape, the content, meaning, and style, but we may need to explicitly say it. That way it will be taught, because if we don't say satire, you'll have teachers not teach it. So that may be a good add.
And I can put the phrase in the chat.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. And obviously just you can build, refine that, whatever. This is just what was used previously. So it would be, something like, where is the... Right. So the current standard right now that the teachers are using now is analyze how point of view and or author purpose requires distinguishing what is directly stated in text and what is implied. And so I think what the recommendation would be is to keep the way that you've kind of encompassed all types of text in your current revisions, but maybe to include some type of version of this phrase so that materials will have to include satire as part of that at this grade band.
Would that be possible by kind of appending something onto the end of the standard and diverse texts, comma, including texts in which what is directly stated and what is implied? I can't figure out exactly the wording there.
Could you just say including texts which require the distinguishing of what is directly stated and what is implied?
including texts which require the distinction between what is directly stated. Okay, I just attempted to add that to the end. This may be clunky, so everyone, it's I-33. Reads, analyze how the perspective of the narrator or speaker shapes the content, meaning, and style of diverse texts, including text which require the distinction between what is directly stated and what is implied.
I don't love that. I would rather just say satire. And from my perspective, I've taught high school. Kids love satire. Like they love learning satire. Like it's usually one of like the most fun units. So I'm not sure. Like I don't know if I follow like the hesitancy to just say satire.
I think from TDO's perspective, satire would work fine. This was just the previous version of the standard, but I think it's clear enough to keep it that way.
I would like to add that I never knew that was supposed to mean satire. I just thought that was kind of in any text, there's things directly stated and implied. So I think satire would make it more clear for teachers as well.
Yeah, because I read that as undertone. I'm sorry, I read that as undertone, not satire. Sorry, Miss Now.
No. I'm sorry. I guess I wonder if we might be limiting the standard though in scope if we just said satire, because we can have text with satirical elements, but that are not of the satirical genre. So, I think I agree with the implied meaning. Is that something that we could, or maybe already was specified in the standards guide, that we could say explicitly include satire in instruction for that standard?
We can. The recommendation the reason why to include it in the standard is it'll impact the materials adoption more strongly. So the materials will have to include text, to meet that. So we can certainly provide any wraparound support in terms of instruction, but yeah.
I mean, I agree it's imperative to include that instruction. So that personally for me would not make me uncomfortable. But I'm open to hearing others.
Now. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Dockery.
I was just going to say that maybe we could kind of steal some of the language that Miss Now used and say something like including elements of satire or satirical elements, if maybe that helps.
Including text with satirical elements.
I would say including satire or text with satirical elements. I've never said the phrase satirical elements in my life, so that's why I'm laughing. I would say including satire or text with satire.
Is that necessary?
I mean, I guess I hear Ms. Now's point to distinguish between something that is the genre of satire and something that is another genre, but may have some satire included within it.
Okay.
Chair Cornelius, my only thought, if y'all are worried about sort of mutual exclusivity, etc., is if you wanted to, now would be an option to use EG so that you can hint for the Miss Dockeries of the world that satire is on the table without forcing educator, like, giving other options if there are other options on the table. I believe the way including is on the standards now is that it does lock you in. Hold on. Of course, y'all could change this when you get to your overall conclusion section. Oh gosh, 95. Hold on. Oh, here we go. May have some importance. Okay, so this would serve a similar purposes, e.g., as it's written now, just as a flag.
I do think we had made an effort to kind of collapse that into just simply EG and specifically though. So I don't know. I don't know if we've used language like including very frequently. Now that doesn't mean we can't, but it hasn't been at the forefront of what we've done.
That's a great point. Vice Chair Hilliard, defer to the group on what they'd like to do moving forward.
This might be, I don't know that I like this either. Y'all feel free to to eliminate this, but analyze how we're talking about meaning. So analyze how the perspective of the narrator or speaker shapes the content, meaning either directly stated or implied, and style of diverse texts. That solve our problems. We don't like it.
I just worry in the midst of that list, like it is, it just gets I think syntactically it might get a little muddled.
We would
see
need,
what you're-
we would need semicolons.
I wonder, I mean, if our main motivation here, I mean, I don't think we came at this with the desire to just make this the satire standard. I think we mostly just wanted to have a reference to satire within the standards so that adoption might include satirical texts. If that's the case, I feel like EG largely accomplishes that language desire without having to fundamentally alter the standard per se. Now, the one question would be, would we want to go back and add EG language to the 910 standard other than satire, just to mirror what we're doing here?
I don't know that I would feel comfortable including satire at 910.
Oh, I misspoke. I wouldn't be saying satire in the 910. I'm saying, would we want to give some sort of example of a type of diverse text at the 910 level that would be 910 appropriate, just to mirror what we're doing here with 1112 with satire?
It certainly would help in terms of scaffolding, I think.
Well, I think what builds to satire would probably be comedy, I would think. E.g., comedy, that is the building block often, not always, but often to satire.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I just want to see if everybody feels like this is a decent wording for the E3, E4 before we turn back to E1, E2. Analyze how the perspective of the narrator or speaker shapes the content, meaning, and style of diverse texts, e.g. satire. Miss Now, how do you feel about that?
Well, we had said EG meant optional. And we put that in there. That to me takes away from the urgency or from the original intent of the standard. I don't know. I still don't hate the directly stated or implied language wherever we choose to put that modifier, but that's me.
Do you have alternative language you would like to recommend? Are you still thinking?
I am thinking, I'm sorry. Yes.
All right.
Does anyone else have any other suggestions?
I mean, these are academic words, but I would say you could say including irony, understatement, and satire. If you're trying to get to this, what's being said and what's understood are two different things. So irony, understatement, and satire, it's just a suggestion. I'm not like wedded to it, but it's just
I think that language is good. My only concern is that if it were to follow immediately after diverse texts, it seems like we would be those would be examples of types of text, at least in that particular phrasing. And I don't know if that's exactly how I would think about it. Those are elements of texts rather than types of text for the most part. I guess like with satire is a type of text. So I think that one fit a little more comfortably there than otherwise. I don't. I think it ultimately comes down to, are we considering satire something that is essential for 11th and 12th graders to be studying, and we want it to be a core focus of what's happening for the standard at the 11-12 level, or do we want to simply have the language of satire present in the standard in hopes that therefore a satirical text will be present within within curricula that are adopted, but not necessarily a 100% necessary core component of 11th, 12th instruction on CS6. I think those are both acceptable, but I think they're slightly different interpretations of the standard.
I feel like if we
I think that's an excellent point. Go ahead.
made the entire focus satire, then that's probably getting away and limiting. But I'm wondering if we just marry the language from the old standard and basically just get rid of point of view and change it out with perspective from the original standard, as in what's in effect right now. And then maybe if necessary, we add in whatever's the must version of EG. I forgot what we've used, but we could maybe put satire in there with the what did we put for when they have to teach something? I forgot what it was.
Specifically.
So maybe we put in specifically satire, and just tack that on to the old language.
That would answer the question that you had, co-chair, and I think it would be to the first alternative that you, because it gives more emphasis on making sure that all kids in Tennessee understand satire.
It does. My only misgiving about that is we've been intentional about the language of this progression and having it be a clear progression upward throughout the standards. And now by reverting back to old language that we've moved away from pretty substantially, the progression would kind of have a sharp left turn here at the end, away from the language we've used elsewhere.
We don't want to do that.
I guess my only thought, and however you vote is fine, how the group votes is fine, is that now that I think about it, we haven't talked a lot about specific genres. We've just talked about fiction and nonfiction. Like we haven't really pushed them to think about types of genre. And is that, I don't even know if we said the word genre, to be quite honest. We probably have. I don't know. But it might be interesting to say, what does it mean to like make sure our students know different types of genre? I don't know. It's just a thought.
Yeah, I think that was, I think it could be, and this is my preference, but I'm very open to other people's ideas. But this is why I kind of went to the EG list as an option, because that would allow us to introduce the language of satire, but then we could also, if we wanted to, introduce other genre types as well, and just kind of, and then we could even kind of shape what genres we wanted to place at the 9-10 level versus at the 11-12 level. But again, I'm very, very open to other people's ideas here. Mostly, I just don't know how to marry the language from the old standard to this standard, phrasing wise.
Can you reread the current iteration and let's see if we have consensus on that?
Well, the current phrasing is identical to the E1, E2 standard, but it does not contain any reference to satire, which was the jumping off point of this.
Right.
We've had a couple different iterations, but I think as soon as we've had those iterations, we pretty immediately had misgivings about those iterations. So I just reverted back to the original language that we had, which once again does not contain any reference to satire.
Okay, so do we want to accept it as written then?
No, I think we need to have some reference to satire. I think.
Okay, can you rewrite it then, having reference to satire, so we have something specific to react to?
I mean, my most recent version was the EG satire version, but I think we had pretty consistently agreed that was not the best phrasing. But I mean, it reads currently analyze how the perspective of the narrator or speaker shapes the content, meaning, and style of diverse texts. We had at one point it said including satire and text with satirical elements. We had then shifted away from that because the word including was considered to be stronger than just EG, so we moved to EG satire. But then we didn't love that phrasing. As we currently stand, I don't know if we've had an exact. I think Ms. Now had a phrasing that incorporated some of the language from the old standard within the list, which would just require just a little grammatical finagling if we were going to implement that with punctuation.
Well, we can beat this to death right now, or we could put it in the parking lot and move on. If we don't have a solution apparent.
We could. I'm not 100% sure that moving on from it now is going to, because we're just at the end of a progression. So it's not like we're gonna reach higher in this progression and then have more information about it. This is the culminating point for the progression.
Right.
What about, throwing it out there, semicolon at the end of what we have now, distinguish what is directly stated in text and what is implied. Does that work?
Does that cover everything?
And we could still use an EG perhaps if we wanted to.
I mean, I've always been okay with distinguishing what is directly stated in text and what is implied. It's in the old standard. I think it covers some bases. If we included that, then I would be okay with putting an EG for satire.
Let's see what that looks like, Coach Hilliard.
Okay. I tried to just implement everything that was just said. If we want more or less, just let me know. But it's in I-33 right now. Analyze how the perspective of the narrator or speaker shapes the content, meaning, and style of diverse text, semicolon, distinguish what is directly stated in text and what is implied, e.g. satire.
If that's the will of the group, that's fine. My only thing is, I don't think you need in text. I think you can just say including what is directly stated and what is implied.
I would accept that change. We okay with that, Ms. Now?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, great. Just make that small change. And read it one more time. I think we're close.
Okay, so without that, it would read, analyze how the perspective of the narrator or speaker shapes the content, meaning, and style of diverse texts, semicolon, distinguish what is directly stated and what is implied, e.g. satire.
Excellent. All right. Is there anybody that has any objection to that? Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, hearing none, let's move on. I think we've done it. Thank you.
Okay. And then our E3, E4 RI version of the standard reads, analyze an author's perspective and or purpose in a text, analyzing how style and content contribute to its effectiveness. Do we have any TDOE feedback on that?
Sorry, I'm looking.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm not saying anything, but I'm paranoid that I've overlooked something again like I did last time.
No, there's none there.
Okay,
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Do we have any comments from members?
Does it bother anyone else that it says analyze and then says analyzing shortly thereafter? Or am I just being nitpicky? This is a very minor concern of mine. So
I think your question's legitimate. Should it be determining how style? Or would that be an appropriate substitution?
That would mirror our previous language, which has said analyze, and then determine.
All right, let's do that.
Okay, so it would just read, analyze an author's perspective and or purpose in a text, determining how style and content contribute to its effectiveness.
Very good.
Read out the revised cornerstone one more time. I just want to make sure it aligns too with the K5. I'm just thinking the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the revised cornerstone reads, analyze how perspective, point of view, and purpose shape the content and style of a text.
Okay. Okay. That's what I thought it was. I just want to make sure.
Does that sound appropriate to you?
Yes.
All right. Hearing no objections, we're going to move on to kindergarten. Or move back to kindergarten.
Are we good on the 6th grade then?
Yes.
Or sorry, not 6th grade, standard 6. I apologize. All right. If so, then we're moving to a new cornerstone. This cornerstone reads, integrate and evaluate content presented in diverse formats and media, including visually and quantitatively, as well as in words. Do we have any TDOE feedback on the cornerstone?
No feedback.
What was that, Ms. Singletary? I'm sorry.
No feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Are there
Are
any
we good with that cornerstone?
Yes. Everybody good with that? Okay, approved.
Okay. So our K.RL for 7 is, with prompting and support, orally describe the relationship between illustrations and the story in which they appear. Does anyone have any comments on that standard?
Okay, hearing none, let's move on. That's good.
Okay, K.RI reads, with prompting and support, orally describe the relationship between visuals and the text in which they appear. Are we drawing a distinction between visuals and illustrations there? I think we seem to be, and I think that perhaps makes sense to have
Yes,
illustrations
that's what
in the
we were
RL
doing.
versus. Okay.
Are we okay with it then?
Yeah, we were working to align the visuals aligns with informational genre in that standard rather than the illustration.
Okay. I think that makes sense to me.
Are we good as it's written then? Hearing no objections, let's move on.
Okay. In 1st grade RL, we have orally and or in writing describe the relationship between the illustrations and the characters, setting, or events. I don't think we've ever done orally and or in writing. I'm okay to do that if we feel that's appropriate, but that would be a new kind of opening phrase for us.
Yeah, hang on, let me look at that one real quick. That's the RL, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The 1st grade, yeah.
But it's in 1st grade RI as well, so it's in
Yes.
RL and RI for 1st grade.
Yes, I think it should be both.
So it should it read orally and in writing?
Yes,
Rather than
and or in writing.
So it should. So you think we should keep and or?
Yes.
Then? Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, were there some options in the intro foundational literacy standards? I'm trying to rack my brain. Maybe if I control F orally. Let's see if I can find it. Thought we gave some options in kindergarten.
Because here in a lot of the curriculums, they're starting to use the graphic organizers. So they're writing and talking.
Mm-hmm.
Because these are the more around the complex text. These standards are with the complex text. So they're doing that along with the teacher. And they're starting to later in the, so it encompasses all of it for their oral language and their writing skills.
Gotcha. Maybe it was in speaking and listening. I'm looking, so the KFL F4, at least how through SDC had it was orally read and reread. Not quite it. read and reread. Let's see.
I guess to me, it would be a question of, are we comfortable if a student only orally describes the relationship between the illustrations and the characters, setting, or events? Because as soon as we introduce the possibility of or, we introduce the possibility of a student just doing one or the other rather than both.
Well, I think
Okay.
because it's a complex text, the writing is going to be a little more complex than just like we're doing in foundational skills. So I think we did that because some kids will be able to do the writing. So it doesn't limit teachers to just oral when there are children who can
Okay.
move forward. I mean, what do y'all think?
That makes sense to me. I understand the logic there.
I did find one presented orally or through other media. Was that when we were talking about the graphic organizer thing and the
I
HQIM?
think so.
Okay, so this is KSLCC2, and it looks like y'all might have kept it. Miss Singletary, you look like you're about to say something. Am I making that up?
No, I mean, I think that it probably needs to be both. It was just my thought.
Both like and or.
Yes.
And how do y'all feel about taking the or off? I mean, because they
That was mine.
they
Okay.
would. I mean, I'm okay taking the or off because they will be writing about things that they've done with the teacher. They're using resources in the room to do the writing. They're using what they know about words to write. It doesn't say it has to be conventional writing.
That was my instinct. I just didn't want to create some sort of loophole wherein
I mean,
someone could
I'm okay
technically
with
master
that.
the standard.
I'm okay with that.
So I'm looking at where we go to second grade, and it's just demonstrate understanding. And I think that tends to sort of be the intent. It's not about how it's
Maybe
demonstrated.
they need to demonstrate through.
Well, I think what I'm advocating for is just
Demonstrate.
orally and or in writing. Both are ways to demonstrate your understanding of it.
Mhm.
And I think it's developmentally appropriate to do one or the other or
Yeah.
both.
So why don't can we just say demonstrate here as well? Or should we just keep it as? I see your point.
I think I've essentially looped back to being okay with the original wording. If others are in the same boat, since I'm the one who started this whole mess.
I'm okay with it. Does anybody want to insist on a change in the original wording?
No, I'm okay with it.
All right, let's keep it then and move on.
Okay. Then the first RI reads orally and or in writing, use the visuals and words in a text to describe its key ideas. Do we have any TDOE feedback on that?
No feedback.
Okay. Do we have any
suggested changes? All right, hearing none, let's keep it and move on.
Okay. Second grade .rl reads, use information gained from illustrations and words in a print or digital text to demonstrate understanding of its characters, setting, or plot. Is this a place where it would be appropriate to distinguish between print or digital texts? I know we did quite a bit of that in the foundational literacy standards. But this is outside of my domain, so I want to defer to people who live in this domain.
Didn't we take digital? Did we take digital text out?
I think for the most part, we've just been using the more inclusive texts rather than distinguishing between print or digital.
That's what I thought. I think that would be cleaner.
Okay, so do you have a new recommended iteration?
Yeah, I think it would just be simply the exact same standard, just with deleting print or digital. So just use information gained from illustrations and words in a text to demonstrate understanding of its character, setting, or plot.
Is that acceptable to everybody?
My only concern is I'm wondering if they are being specific here and wanting to make sure that at this grade level they're being introduced to digital texts instead of just print. I don't know if that was the intention of the EAT or not, and if we are losing something by taking out digital or not.
I do think that piece tends to connect it with the cornerstone, since the
Yeah.
intent of Standard 7 is to make sure they're being exposed to a variety of types of text, and especially like multimedia types of text and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and I was looking while you were talking at the writing standards too, and we're introducing digital tools at those grade levels for the writing purposes. And so I think we should pair it with the reading digital text as well.
I agree.
So what will the new standard look like?
I believe it would just be keeping the standard as written.
All right, are there any recommended changes then to that? All right, I hear none, so let's move on.
Okay, so the 2.RI would reads identify and explain how visuals and words contribute to and clarify a text.
Any comments?
How do people feel about clarify? I mean, I can see where it's coming from with like a visual, because we don't think of a visual, though often it is part of a text. We think of it as something kind of additional to it, so it might clarify the language. I have a hard time envisioning someone ever talking about how words clarify a text, since we typically think of the text as being composed of the words.
Further explain?
I
Anybody?
get what you're saying for the words aspect, but I feel like the clarify might be an important
To clarify the
piece.
understanding of what they read. How could that be?
So clarify an understanding of a text.
What's a synonym for clarify?
Clarify the meaning, or contribute to the meaning of a text, something
Well, I
like
contribute to the meaning of a text. I like that. That works.
So it would read, identify and explain how visuals and words contribute to the meaning of a text.
I like that. That's a lot simpler.
That reads pretty clean to me.
Yeah.
All right, everybody in agreement with that?
Mhm.
Thank you for that suggestion. It looks like we have consensus. Let's move on.
Third grade RL reads, explain how illustrations in a text contribute to what is conveyed by the words. Is that the place where we should use clarify? I think it's not
I think
necessary.
clarify fits well there.
Where are you going to put it?
It would just be, I think, in lieu of contribute, or I guess it could be in addition to. You could say, explain how illustrations in a text clarify what is conveyed by the words, or you could say, explain how illustrations in the text contribute to and clarify what is conveyed by the words. I don't have a strong preference there.
I think and is probably good there if we're going to include clarify, because contribute and clarify are two distinct aspects.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would read, explain how illustrations in a text contribute to and clarify what is conveyed by the words.
Good.
Do we feel
questions, comments? No, here no objections. We're moving on.
Okay. 3RI reads, use information gained from visuals and the words in a text to demonstrate understanding. I have no comments there.
Mm-mm.
Anything from TDO?
No, no feedback.
All right. Anyway, if nobody wants to make changes, let's move on.
Okay. 4.RL reads, make connections between the print version of a story or drama and a visual or oral representation of the same text. Do we have any TDOE feedback there?
No feedback.
I'm content with that.
I'm content. Any objections? Hearing none, let's move on.
Okay. 4RI reads, interpret information presented visually, orally, or quantitatively, and explain how the information contributes to an understanding of the text in which it appears.
Orally or quantitatively? What?
Yeah, is quantitatively that? I mean, wouldn't quantitative information typically be presented either visually or orally, typically visually? But that doesn't seem like it would necessarily be a third mode separate from the other two.
I agree with you there, but also I think when I'm thinking about elementary levels, I'm wondering if they're specifically wanting them to learn how to like interpret a graph, and then if that is left out,
I see.
then that skill is not taught.
That was my
Or
thought.
can we say graphically? I mean, is that what we're looking for?
I think graphically can be interpreted in multiple ways.
I think that could be misconstrued.
Yeah,
It just
imagine
seems to
if
me
that
like
was
the
like a
quanti-
data table. Like, would you want students to look at a data table and know what a XY axis is? Because that wouldn't necessarily be a graph, but it would be quantitative.
Yeah, that to me seems like more of a type of information though than a type of presentation. Like it would read something along the lines of interpret information, including quantitative information presented visually or orally, and explain how the information contributes to an understanding of the text in which it appears. To me, at least, that it seems like a type of information more so than a type of presentation.
I'm getting more accepting of the word quantitatively, given the necessity to describe that activity.
I definitely think it's important. I think it's important for it to be there. I'm just not sure. To me, at least, it feels like I understand the idea of like depicting it in some sort of graphic or some sort of visual mode, but it feels like that is captured within presented visually. I still think that quantitative. I think it's important for students to be interpreting quantitative information. I just wonder if visually, orally, or
feel it is
quantitative.
captured visually. Yeah.
I just wonder if that could be if the language of quantitative could be incorporated elsewhere in the standard.
Well, I was looking at the standards, and I mean, we know that students do and must interpret graphs in order to be able to synthesize information, especially when you get into your research standards and your synthesis and all of those types of things. So I look elsewhere and I just don't know where else it would be incorporated other than here. So
yeah,
I liked Mr. Hilliard's suggestion because I think it would still contain quantitative as an example, or it could be even specifically, words and numerical, something like that. But I think it does make sense that it is a visual and or oral presentation. It's a type of information that you're trying to specify there that clarifies it. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I agree with what you said.
And I would flag whichever direction you decide to go, just you might want to consider the wording of the cornerstone as well in case it has implications there or vice versa.
It's a good point, Minx, since we've got quantitatively here.
That's true.
Right.
My fear is if we eliminate quantitatively, then people will generally think that that just means pictures or visual rhetoric.
Why don't we
With
have
graphics.
orally, why don't we have orally in the cornerstone?
I think the visually is being used here primarily as a way of scaffolding up to higher levels. Since they're in K5, it's more likely they might receive information orally rather than through other modes, given their age.
Traditionally, the intent of kind of this cornerstone is just for students to understand information presented in text, but also in interpreting visual information or information presented visually or in other modes. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what makes this standard unique, is that it's not just students reading text, analyzing text. They're also reading and analyzing multimedia text or digital text, and then the ways that information is presented in those texts as well. So hopefully if that gives you some context for what the standard has been.
If it's also diverse formats in media, could that include podcasts or, interactive where it has other forms? So I can understand why orally would be there. And again, I agree that quantitative should stay. It's just, where does it belong in the writing of the standard?
So I think quantitative is misplaced just in the sentence. So I kind of echo what Miss Kim, I'm not gonna try the last name.
No problem.
Miss Kim just said, I think it is interpret written or quantitative information. I would probably move just quantitative to earlier in the sentence. That's my suggestion.
Yeah. I like where you're coming from.
Would we just, I mean, if we're introducing quantitative at this level, do we just say qualitative as well? Or I don't know, that may be
Yeah,
too academic
That's
for
got a
this level.
completely different connotation, I think.
So I'm wondering if Miss Stout's idea, I like putting it potentially earlier. I don't think I'm against the current reading, but I think if we put written or quantitative, then that kind of defeats the purpose of this, including the visual, oral. But could we put interpret information and then e.g. quantitative? But I mean, information can be, I don't know that I'm against the original writing though. But that's an idea, maybe use an EG.
Yeah. The only other thing I can think of is just data, which would then give you flexibility of qualitative and quantitative, because you could have qualitative data that's written, but not necessarily be a text. I guess everything's a text if you think broadly enough, but if you're worried about it being a Y word.
So are you saying it would be interpret information or data presented visually or
Up to the
orally?
committee, but that's what I was thinking, to get, if you're worried about the LY items in a series and you want to put it somewhere else.
I actually really like data because I think that's really what we're trying to say. Yeah. So thank you for
Then you don't have to do the quantitative, qualitative battle, and educators can go where their heart leads them.
All right, so who wants to put forth some language that we can react to?
I think Vice Chair Hilliard's working on it. Thank you, Vice Chair Hilliard.
Yeah. So with that wording of the inclusion of data, would quantitatively still remain, or would the data take the place of quantitatively?
My intent was to help you out of the quantitatively bind, if that was the language that folks were having trouble with.
I thought that meant we would just simply place that elsewhere and eliminate quantitatively, interpret information or data presented visually or orally.
Okay. So what I've got then is interpret information or data presented visually or orally and explain how the information contributes to an understanding of the text in which it appears.
Right, because you can hear data on a podcast, and that could be something that you're playing to your students and this, that, the other.
We just have
What
a,
is everyone?
if we say then explain how the information contributes, then we had also said interpret information or data. So
Yeah.
we
Okay.
can mirror that.
Okay. I added that or data to the second portion of the standard. How does everyone feel about that wording?
I think it's good.
Okay. Then are we ready to move on to 5th grade?
Is that acceptable to everybody? Yeah, I think we have consensus. Let's move on.
Okay. 5th grade reads, explain how visual and multimedia elements contribute to the meaning or tone of a text.
There is feedback. It says, consider adding mood back to the standard. The end of the standard would then read the meaning, mood, or tone of a text.
Okay. So the altered wording would read, explain how visual and multimedia elements contribute to the meaning, mood, or tone of a text.
Yes.
Okay. Any thoughts on that revised wording?
It sounds good to me.
I agree.
All right. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
So here we're distinguishing between multimedia elements and visually. And is that an intentional switch?
Yeah, we have elsewhere essentially just said multimedia elements to encompass both.
I think multimedia here would be fine on its own, since the multimedia is the new thing and they've already done the just regular visual.
Okay, so then the wording would be explain how multimedia elements contribute to the meaning, mood, or tone of a text.
That sounds correct. All right, so you rewritten what you need to write?
Yes, it's in I-45.
Okay, are there any
I-145.
objections
Have
to
we
that?
included mood in anywhere else in any of the reading standards?
I don't believe so, no.
Not according to my
I
case.
personally don't know if I understand the difference between mood and tone. However, I don't teach, I've never taught 5th grade, so I always try to save room for maybe this is something other teachers understand.
Mm,
I know we discussed it in the middle grades. But I am curious as to why we're including it here and not elsewhere.
I just pulled it from the glossary, and it looks like we've got multiple moods, at least in the currently active standards. Mood for reading, mood verb, subjunctive mood.
I can help with the definition on that. Like the mood is typically kind of the emotional atmosphere in a text that the author creates, and then the tone would be more about the author's attitude toward what's being conveyed. So that would be the distinction between the two, and we clarify that a lot better in the standards guides because the glossary didn't. We felt like that was an area of improvement, so we did.
And that is
we did work on that.
that is the way we look at it. Is tone is how the author approaches the subject, and mood is how it makes the reader feel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I will
Warm
say I just did a Command F search, and this would be the only inclusion of the word mood in our entire standards.
Versus 5 different instances in the glossary. Imperative mood. Indicative
I'm
mood.
gonna do I'm going to
Mood
do a quick
reading.
search. Yeah, mood appears 3 times in the currently existing standards. So the standards currently used in the classroom. But the other 2 instances of mood are just mood of a verb. So actually in this meaning of the word mood, in the currently existing standards, this is the only reference to mood in the meaning that we're talking about now. So this has always been the only place where mood has lived.
So is this the same? It's not the same, but essentially the effect on the reader? Like, is that
Hmm.
which is language we have used? Because if you tell me it's how it makes the reader feel, then is that effect on the reader? Or are we talking about mood like setting? It's unclear as written to me. Let me just say that. The problem I see is unclear as written, and I'm just trying to give suggestions to clarify.
Yeah, I have misgivings about this being our only reference to mood in the entire standard set, just because it then kind of seems to imply that mood is the product of multimedia elements, which I don't think. I mean, it can be the product of multimedia elements, but it's not like a text that does not contain multimedia elements cannot contain mood. And this would be the only reference to mood
So
currently within the standards.
one thing, so I do think it's kind of weird that we don't have mood in the standards other places. I do think there is a difference. I see what Dr. Stout is saying, but I think there is like a small difference between, I guess, what I would think of effects on the reader versus mood. But I kind of feel like tone was out of place here because that was our CS.4, if I'm remembering correctly, where we talked about tone. So this standard kind of struck me funny anyway. It feels a little out of place.
If we talk about mood, we would have to scaffold it. Prior to and afterwards.
Just as a side note, I do a lot of discussing mood under CS4, and then under because that has to do with the impact of word choice, and then I do a lot of discussion of mood on 1 RL1. That's just where I personally throw them in.
We have elsewhere in CS4, we don't use the word tone until 5th grade. And then in 5th grade, we start thinking about how figurative language affects the tone of a text. So by 5th grade, elsewhere, we have introduced tone. What grade level are we on at the moment?
5th grade.
We are on 5th grade. Okay, so we will have standards that are introducing the concept of tone. We have not introduced mood at all. So this would be the only instance of mood. Part of me wonders if, I teach my students mood. I think mood's worth knowing, but as the standards have gotten less prescriptive, it feels like we've moved away from kind of an exhaustive list of every single literary device that needs to be known. And it seems as though mood is one of the sort of descriptors of a text that has kind of fallen by the wayside to some extent, as not as central to understanding. It's certainly worth knowing. I mean, it's something I glance at in AP Lit, but it's not something that we certainly don't spend as much time on it as we do as tone. So there's a part of me that wonders if mood even needs to be referenced here, especially given that it's not referenced anywhere else. But I'm certainly open to including mood. I don't hate mood. I just don't know if this is the one and only place for it.
No, I've always I thought it was out of place here. it bothers me, especially if we include it here that we've not elsewhere. I think we would have to go back and revisit other standards. If we're going to include it there.
My vote at this point would essentially be to not include mood here, just because I feel like it has not been a focus for us at all, and I don't feel like this is the place where it should live as its only introduction. But I'm certainly open to other ideas.
I would be fine with eliminating it here. But I don't know, we might want to put this in the parking garage. That's just a suggestion to revisit mood elsewhere in the standards.
I agree.
Okay.
Just another note. So this is for RL, correct? These numbers are kind of small.
Yes.
I keep going back to like tone feels odd to me when you're talking about images for a literary text. I might just be having a narrow focus, but
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be, like if you're reading some sort of suspenseful story and there's some eerie picture there, it's going to create a sort of a tone. Well, I guess what you mean, that is more mood, I guess. Yeah. I mean,
I think if y'all were going to put it in a parking lot, that as far as to consider those pieces, that 5 RL, I think what Tammy was saying, 5 RL CS4 would be a great place to consider putting those. As far as TDOE feedback on this, that's if the committee decides those are not important to specify here, it is certainly something we can include in the standards guide as kind of wraparound supporting elements.
What does DOE have to say about mood?
It won't be in the standard.
But I do agree that I think that if it would need to be an RLCS4, that is the most important standard for mood and tone and that sort of thing to kind of be understood in. This was just going to support that in the sense of students would understand those devices within the context of multiple types of text, multimedia text, that sort of thing. But if the committee decides not to specify that here, I think the recommendation would be to certainly try to consider including it in RLCS4 as an option. But again, the standards guides are an element to include things as well.
I took a look back at 5.rl.cs4, and I mean, I think we could include this language pretty easily there. And it reads, determine the meaning of words and phrases as they're used in a text, including figurative language with an emphasis on similes, metaphors, idioms, and proverbs. Analyze the impact of sound devices, e.g. alliteration, repetition on meaning and tone. So I suppose it would just be simply the addition of meaning, mood, and tone.
I like that.
Are we good to just add that to the CS4 and then keep mood here as well? So mood has a little more of a footprint.
That. Are we all in agreement there?
Yes.
are we going to incorporate the language of mood other places I guess in other grades for that RL.CS.4, or is that going to be the only place again?
It being taught, I think we need to include it somehow.
I mean, I wouldn't added it anywhere where tone isn't already there, because I think those kind of tend to travel in pair. And also, I don't know if my response to I don't know if I want to just make a mood a really foundational concept within our standards. I just don't know if it's that important. And I feel like if we're just going through and really hammering mood, we're really putting ourselves out of sync. I mean, I just think about like an AP Lit Like the particular textbook I use for AP Lit has one glancing reference to mood at one moment, and then it never mentions it ever again. But yet tone is hammered over and over and over again. So I don't feel like mood and tone are equally important in literary analysis, at least at the higher grades. That's obviously where I live.
Well, if we're going to include it at a lower level, in as a example, then we may need to consider that at the upper levels if it's actually being taught. Otherwise, they don't have any legitimate reason to teach it.
Yeah, I mean, my camp was just not talk about mood in the standards. But if we're going to include it, I guess it would likely just be a question of, do we want it to be something we're mentioning at the lower grade? I mean, in the previous version of the standards, there was one reference of mood, and it came in. And so in the standards that are currently being used in Tennessee classrooms, mood is referenced once in the 5th grade RL 7, the one we were editing previously, and that is the only reference to mood in the entirety of the standards. So I feel like if we add mood to CS4, like we've done currently, and then we keep it in IKI 7, or I guess we're not using are we using IKI as the? I don't think we are anymore, are we? No,
Are
we're
we
using
using the
CS
IKI?
6.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
we're
see.
using CS.
Never mind.
Well, no, we are using IKI. Sorry, I got turned around. But that's an irrelevant point. But I think if we're including a reference to mood in IKI 7 and in the fourth standard, then we're already doubling the amount of mood that was already there. I think we're already putting more emphasis on mood than was present in the standards previously. I don't know if a groundswell of additional mood is really necessary.
I dropped in the chat how we currently define tone in the standards guides, so that may support what you're saying in the sense of, if you decide not to keep it in the standard, we would still provide information about the difference between mood and tone when considering texts that teachers would have available. So that support would still be there in understanding it, if that makes sense.
Okay, that's good information. I guess it's just a matter of emphasis, as you brought up in the beginning, Co-Chair Hilliard. So we've discussed this. Do we have a recommended wording to get consensus on?
To my understanding, I think we've come to an agreement that for the 5th grade, both CS4 and IKI 7 standards, we need to include reference to mood, just to kind of pair what's happening at 4 with what's happening at 7.
Okay.
I think the question more broadly is, does the committee feel that mood is an essential enough concept that it needs to be integrated elsewhere in the standards, or do we feel like that is sufficient for references to mood?
I suggest we just move on those two areas that we've talked about, and if it comes up again as we go to the higher standards, we'll talk about it then.
Okay, that I would agree.
I agree. I think just including it where we have will help clarify its use in one and the other. And then we're not adding any further emphasis on it.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Snow.
Okay, so are we good with the two versions that have been written? Have you rewritten those yet?
Yes, yes, I have, and I went ahead and made the full spreadsheet edit to the standard 4. I just did the quick edit to 7 because I need to go back in and add my my justifications, my rationale.
All right, it appears we've reached consensus. If there are no objections, let's move on.
Okay. All right, then the 5th grade RI reads, integrate information from multiple print or digital sources to answer questions and solve problems. Do we have any TDOE feedback on the 5th grade?
No feedback.
Okay. I don't personally have any feedback.
There is.
Oh, there is feedback. Hold on, it's on the back page. It says, please consider replacing the word or with and to indicate that students are integrating information from both print and digital sources.
That makes sense to me.
Have we changed our language from digital to multimedia elements? I thought before we were saying just digital.
I think we used multimedia elements and then digital text / sources, I think was what we were doing.
Ms. Baird, I thought you made an earlier point that we got rid of digital text. Did I make that up?
We specify digital tools instead of multimedia tools.
Oh, okay, maybe that's what it was. Here, I can look it up. Digital.
No, I think digital text got combined or dropped.
Not we had talked about dropping print or digital text in the second grade RL standard, but we
That's
elected
right.
to keep that. And so
But-
the second
yeah.
grade RL standard reads in a print or digital text, and we kept that language.
Okay, and there is an or there. So if you all were to move forward with the and, that could be perceived as an intentional distinction. That will be perceived as an intentional distinction, I assume.
Yes, I think the difference is there we're just using information gained from a text, a singular print or digital text, whereas here we are integrating information from multiple sources. And so I think that's where the and came from, is now it's multiple rather than just a singular text.
I see. Okay, those are the only instances of digital in the reading standards. I'm happy to check another strand of
Because we revised it in the writing standards to clarify what was meant by technology at the time. But no, we've kept this language elsewhere.
All right, so are we good with how it's been revised? Well, if there are no objections, let's move on. Next.
Okay. All right. The sixth grade RL standard reads, compare and contrast the written version of a story or poem to the experience of listening to or viewing a multimedia version of a text.
We do have TDOE feedback on this for 6, 7, and 8.
Okay.
For RL. It says, consider adding drama back to the text list in the standard. Standard would then read of a story, drama, or poem, including drama ensures alignment with high school standards, exposure to genre, and promotes grade level alignment or rigor.
Yeah, I think we have made comparable edits elsewhere in the reading standards as well, to include these three together at the middle grades.
A note, I'm not sure if we've already talked about this or not, but there was quite a bit of feedback for the standard about teachers perceiving multimedia as just being movies, and them saying like their principals don't want them watching movies or don't want them watching a lot of movies. So if we don't already, can we make a note that our glossary should kind of define what multimedia is and expand on it being outside of just movies?
I'll put it in the parking garage.
Yeah, so this is the definition we're working on in the current standards. I know y'all have gone back and forth about like C appendix, C glossary. Your predecessors, I believe, discussed like bolding terminology, but that could be a pretty big time lift. But it looks like doesn't just say movies here. Full motion videos, which sounds very 2030, if I may say so myself.
I move that we add holograms to the list, you know.
Oh, are there any other recommendations?
I have one. Just for the sake of parallelism, we're comparing and contrasting the written version of a story, drama, or poem, but we're not comparing and contrasting it to the multimedia version. We're comparing and contrasting it to the experience of listening to or viewing. So I would suggest we say compare and contrast the experience of reading a written version of a story, drama, or poem to the experience of listening to or viewing a multimedia version of a
That's
text.
much clearer, I think. I would accept that rewording. Is that acceptable to everybody else? All right, I see everybody nodding, and this is good because now that we finished this part, I think it's time for supper, boys and girls. So I would like to suggest that we take simply 20 minutes and get back online at 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. Well, let's go 7:01 or 6:01, and that'll give you 20 minutes. Okay, and if you need to bring some stuff to the camera later on when we reconvene, feel free. It's been a busy time and we're working hard. I'll see you in 20 minutes then. I declare a recess. PayPal customer service number.
You or any other person may be recorded or monitored for quality or security.
Welcome back. I'm checking to see if we have a quorum yet. Not yet, it looks like. Did you grade some papers, Miss Now?
Yes, actually,
I knew you would.
I have to.
Yep. That's the heck of it when you're teaching writing. You got so much to grade.
Is this for seminar or for another course?
Lang and seminar.
Okay.
Mock IRRs this week and Lang assessments this week and a project paper this week. Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, we've got, as if you didn't have enough to do this week with your work here with the Board of Education. Well, I hope that your students appreciate that. And I'm sure that you're taking a lot of time grading them according to a very strict rubric. So let's continue where we were. We got about an hour and a half left. I don't have no idea how to estimate how far we're going to get, but we'll get as far as we can. So Coach Hilliard, where did we leave off? Can you unmute yourself?
My apologies. We left off on G148. I took the liberty of, and obviously we'll discuss, just going through the next few standards and making comparable edits to the language of them for the remaining middle grade standards. Obviously, these are still open to discussion, but I thought I might be able to expedite the process a little bit by just incorporating the adjustments to language that we made in the 6th grade RL standard to the remaining standards in the middle grades. So just wanted to flag that for everyone. We have not gone through all those standards, but I did make some quick edits just for consistency's sake. The current reading of 6.RI reads, compare and contrast the text to a multimedia version. To me, it seems important that we mirror the language we're using in the RL version of the standard with the RI. I don't see why it would be so much more concise on the RI version when it's essentially asking the same like intellectual process. So my revised version was compare and contrast the experience of reading a written version of a text to the experience of listening to or viewing a multimedia version. Was my 6.RI. Does anyone have any comments on that?
I like it.
Okay. Are we good to move forward with that? Okay. And then 7th grade previously read, compare and contrast the written version of a story or poem to the experience of listening to or viewing a multimedia version of a text. That reads identical to the 6th grade standards, so I mirrored what we had in the 6th grade standards. Then after that, they have comma, analyzing the effects of techniques unique to each medium. That felt like enough of a task to me that it probably shouldn't just be captured within this little like gerund phrase here at the end. So I added a semicolon and just had analyze the effects of techniques unique to each medium. So not changing the meaning, just altering how it's conveyed a little bit. So my version would read, compare and contrast the experience of reading a written version of a story, drama, or poem to the experience of listening to or viewing a multimedia version. Analyze the effects of techniques unique to each medium. Do we feel okay with that wording?
Hello, everybody. I'm here, Rosemary. Yeah, I was reading over it on the break, and it sounds great. And I do agree with the semicolon after text and analyzing the effects of techniques unique to each medium.
Great, thank you. And also, hello, Rosemary. All right, so are we good on the 7.RL? Ms. Summers, I don't know what happened to the spreadsheet, but the drop-down menu of decisions is no longer showing up for any of the remaining standards. It disappears on H149 and anything below that. I can go ahead and type in revised there, but I just wanted to flag that for you, that those don't seem to be present.
Great flag. Vice Chair Hilliard, I will drag it down as we speak. Now I'm making a little mess. This is not gonna like that. Let's not do that. Let's do it the right way, Brianna. Okay. Let's see. I'll work on it in the background, but I'll make a
Okay,
note.
sounds
that
great.
it says revise, and then we'll drop it down once I'm ready.
Okay. So the 8.rl reads currently compare and contrast the written version of a story or poem to the experience of listening to or viewing a multimedia version of a text. Evaluate the effects of techniques unique to each medium. I essentially just turned that comma into a semicolon and then married the language to what we were doing in the previous versions of the standard at 6 and 7. So my version reads, compare and contrast the experience of reading a written version of a story, drama, or poem to the experience of listening to or viewing a multimedia version, semicolon, evaluate the effects of techniques unique to each medium. Does anyone have any feedback on that? If anybody has anything, please just unmute yourself. I believe our fearless chairman is otherwise on a phone call, perhaps. So I won't necessarily see any hands raised. So if you have something, just hop off mute and throw something in. Okay. If I don't hear anything, then I'll assume we're feeling good about that. The 8.ri reads, compare and contrast a text to a multimedia version, evaluating each medium's portrayal of the subject. I did similar edits to what I've done elsewhere. Compare and contrast the experience of reading a written version of a text to the experience of listening to or viewing a multimedia version. Evaluate each medium's portrayal of the subject. Thoughts on that? Okay.
Do you have a change suggested, Coach Hilliard?
Yeah, we've just been working through. During the break, I made some changes to the standards, just in keeping with what we did to the 6th grade standards, just hoping to expedite the process a little bit. So we were just looking through those suggested changes and seeing if
Sorry
anybody
for the
else had
interruption.
additional changes. Oh, you're great. So are we good on that 8.rl then? Or sorry, that should be 8.ri, not rl.
I hear no objections. Let's move on.
I'm sorry, just really quickly, portrayal of the subject, does that seem vague to you or anybody?
Yeah, it does.
Could we at least say portrayal of the, I don't know if content would be better.
I'm fine with content.
Subject
like
just
content.
denotes one thing, and
Mhm.
content, I think, would be more in line with the cornerstone.
I agree.
Yeah, we have that language of content in the cornerstone. So yeah, I agree.
That acceptable to everyone? I see a lot of nods, so I think we're ready to go, Coach Hilliard, with that change.
Okay. It has been made to both 7th and 8th grade.
Thank you, Ms. Now.
Okay. Do we have anything else for the middle grades for this standard 7?
Nope. Let's go.
Okay. Then we can move to E1, E2. RL reads, evaluate content and meaning as it is presented in 2 or more diverse formats or media. I did not get to these during the break, so I have not. This will be my first pass through these today. Does anyone, I guess first of all, do we have any TDOE feedback on this?
We don't have any.
Okay. Does anyone have comments on this standard?
I hear nobody anxious to make comments. I would assume that it's acceptable to everybody.
All right. Well, hearing that, then we will keep it. I will just flag that the language of this standard is the exact same for both RL and RI for all of high school. So unless we want to build in additional rigor through any particular language, if we're content with just the rigor coming from the increasing complexity of text, we can just keep the next 3 standards as well.
That's been pretty much our take on it up to this point in other standards, that the increase in difficulty is going to come with the text. Is that acceptable to everybody? I hear no objections.
I'm sorry, how do we feel about the fact that still in the cornerstone, unless we took that out, I don't think we did, it still reflects the word quantitatively, and it's appearing nowhere in the high school standards?
Yeah, I mean, our language for the high school standards is essentially kind of a watered down version of what the Cornerstone says. And it eliminates integrate and then also eliminates including visually and quantitatively as well as in words. How do we feel about just mirroring the language of the Cornerstone exactly in the high school standards?
I like that call out, but I think we were saying data instead of quantitatively.
We did that before, didn't we? Yeah.
We did. And I mean, I guess I'm back to, do we want to use that word quantitatively at all in the cornerstone? Or do we want to streamline it and say data in the cornerstone? And I also think we've lost that integration piece in the high school standards from the cornerstone as well.
I definitely think we should add the phrase integrate and at the beginning of each of these standards, just to mirror the Cornerstone, integrate and evaluate content and meaning. Well, no, I don't know about content and meaning, because that is slightly different from the Cornerstone, because we're not really integrating meaning as much as we're integrating content.
This is probably going to sound dumb, but I'm a little confused about the word integrate used in a reading standard. Like, because integrate to me sounds like something like the student does, like you're integrating multimedia into like a presentation or something, and I'm just not understanding how that actually fits into reading.
I get what you're saying, because really what you're really evaluating integrated content, right? I mean, we're integrating visual and, printed media and diverse media formats.
Mm-hmm. So do we just need to eliminate integrate and from the Cornerstone?
This is not my grade level expertise, so it's just a question. Are they sort of implying synthesis with integration, like synthesize, pull from multiple sources, put it together?
I mean, that's my interpretation of it. I mean, I welcome other people's perspectives, but that's my interpretation of it. But when we synthesize in the upper grade levels, we do so in writing, and this is the reading standard. And so we're really synthesizing our understanding of integrated content.
Banks, what do you have on this?
Yeah, I think that kind of the way that we've interpreted it as is the student is synthesizing information from both printed text as well as digital or multimedia text, and they pull that information together and then they analyze it, but then they reproduce in either written form or in oral form their analysis. So that would be why the integrate/synthesize, whatever, would fit fine in the reading standard here, is because they are pulling that information together, analyzing it, and then preparing to reproduce that analysis either in speech or in writing.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear. For that reason, I prefer the word synthesis. I think it's better, more accurate. It describes the thinking, the level of thinking that's required. So we might change it to synthesize and evaluate content. What do you think about that?
I think it would probably be evaluate and synthesize, because I think you would do evaluation first and then you would synthesize
Okay.
after evaluating. But I do agree. I think that language of the synthesis is a little more like integrate. I think does kind of imply an act of writing in a way that I don't think is necessarily appropriate here. But you can can mentally synthesize. I think in a way
I
that
think it's
is
clear.
appropriate to me. So that just to clarify, that's a conversation about the cornerstone, correct? We're adjusting the
Correct.
cornerstone. Okay. So
that would be back.
That would be revising the cornerstone to read evaluate and synthesize content. And then we still need to have a conversation about quantitatively, since we have not used the word quantitatively at any point in the standard progression. Since we previously said data or information or data is what we used to work around that. I guess we could change content in the cornerstone to information or data to mirror that, or we could
I like
make
that
other
right
edits.
there. Information or data. And or data.
We have used the word content, I believe, in other places as well.
I don't know that I love information for the cornerstone, because when we're thinking about literature isn't so much information.
Right. I mean, content would capture data. I mean, data is content. So I do feel like data. I don't feel as though data has to be in the cornerstone. But my suggestion would be I don't think we need to say quantitatively in the cornerstone if we're not going to say it anywhere in the actual progression itself.
So my suggestion wasn't for data in the cornerstone, but it seemed like we dropped it as we matured through the grades. And I actually would argue that analyzing, synthesizing data is a very important skill that just needs to be re-emphasized over and over and over again, probably even more so in the higher grades.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
To me, in the upper grades when I'm teaching, well, either I've taught 8th, 9th, and 10th, that's kind of implied to me. But I'm fine with emphasizing it as well. It just it might just take a little work to get it not read in a clunky way.
Honestly, the word that's always given me trouble is quantitatively. How many do you mean? What are we looking for? Is it a number of text? So that's always been a hang up for me.
I think if you decide to go with content, that we can certainly break that down into the different ways that information can be presented. We can represent that in the standards guides if that's helpful.
That would be helpful. Are we okay with that then, considering that would be addressed in the standards guide?
Yes, I'm content with that. I just simply want us to kind of mirror the language in our 9 through 12 standards to the cornerstone. Because in the cornerstone currently, we don't just stop with diverse formats and media. We continue to including visually and quantitatively as well as in words. Whereas in the standard itself for the 9 through 12, we just end with diverse formats and media, and presumably are going to have that clarified in the standards guide. So I just feel like we should either bring some of that language over to the standard, or we should eliminate that language in the cornerstone. Since
What say the
we
rest of you?
I'm good with eliminating quantitatively. I'm sorry, I was typing in the wish list. If that's what you said, I'm good with eliminating that in the cornerstone. I think that makes sense.
Is everybody okay
cornerstone,
with that?
just to clarify, so the cornerstone would now be quite short. It would read evaluate and synthesize content presented in diverse formats and media.
It's pretty clear to me. I think that that's less confusing language to me. With the emphasis being integrate and synthesize or synthesize.
So
As long as we create a clear progression in the standards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So can you rewrite that for us, or did you already?
Yeah, so it is in 156 because it's a cornerstone, and I'll move it across the progression. I just haven't had the opportunity yet, but the language is just evaluate and synthesize content presented in diverse formats and media.
That's acceptable to me. Is it acceptable to everyone else? I see a lot of head nods. Hearing no objections, I'd say we're done with that.
Okay, so with that in mind, then we can then return our attention to the 9 through 12 versions of these standards, which sound very similar to the cornerstone, though not exactly. They're kind of saying the exact same thing, just in slightly different words. Where it says evaluate content and meaning as it is presented in 2 or more diverse formats or media. I think we either need to essentially mimic the language of the cornerstone here and just say evaluate and synthesize content presented in 2 or more diverse formats or media and media.
I like adding the word synthesize.
Yeah.
Because it adds some rigor to that.
But I think the other question would be, would this be the place we want to get more specific as far as like types of data, or like, is this where the quantitatively stuff would come in, or is that something we're just going to simply allow to live in the standards guide?
Are you suggesting like a EG?
I would argue in high school that we should specify data. I just feel like it's an important skill. And by noting it, we kind of make the statement that it's an important skill. I guess what I hear you saying, someone said that it's assumed because they did it in the younger grades. I'm not sure if our students across Tennessee have the strongest quantitative reading skills and or quantitative reasoning skills, and how can we really emphasize how important that is?
I echo that. I agree with that. And it's also something that's assessed in one way or another on the ACT, the PSAT, the SAT. That those are things that, and of course, in laying, we, students need to interpret graphs, and increasingly it's part of the reading and interpreting quantitative data is part of other standards as well in other curriculums. So I agree that I think it needs to be specified. I think it needs to be explicit.
I think that could be relatively easy to incorporate into the language. I mean, we have evaluate and synthesize content. I think that would be a logical place to add an EG there with some specific examples. Would we want those EGs to be the same for 9, 10, and 11, 12, or would we want there to be a progression between 9, 10, 11, 12?
Well, let's see what you come up with, and let's see if we can divide them. What are the EGs?
Well, that I'm going to open that up to you all because I don't want to.
Data is one of them.
Okay, so do we want to say specifically quantitative data, or do we want to say data?
Data, you don't really have to say quantitative.
Okay, so e.g. data, I've added that. What else? Our word that we're giving examples of is content, so it's quite large. I mean, there are many, many different things that could fit within the broader umbrella of content.
Visuals?
Okay.
I'm not sure what to add here. The initial standard did include theme, but I feel like we need something that makes a bit of a nod to literature in our EG. If anybody has any ideas for that.
Yeah, I suppose data would not necessarily be the most logical inclusion for literature. I mean, obviously there can be data in literature, but it's relatively rare.
This is our RL standard, so.
Yeah. I mean, I can easily move it down to the RI. I'll just kind of create a placeholder for both RI and RL, and we can kind of make decisions. Are we comfortable with visuals existing in both of our EG lists for RI and RL?
I think so.
Okay, so I have visuals in both. I have data in just RI. What else would we like to see added to these two example lists?
I don't know if
Dr.
we want to
Stout?
specify this or not, but graphics or cartoons. I mean, of course, I'm thinking specifically political cartoons. But I don't know if we'd want to specify that or just leave that under visuals.
I think that's a visual.
The old standard listed, sorry, listed topic, subject, and or theme. And they'll, well, we're not at 11th grade, but I don't know if the way it's worded now, I feel like if I read the current standard without having read the previous the standard that is now in practice, I think I would interpret the standard differently without that background knowledge. I think I'm a little bit concerned about if it's still easily understood by teachers.
Well, I do think, now that I'm looking at it again, maybe if we move the parentheses, so that it's there, we're really talking about the formats that the content is produced in, the visual format, or or a graphic format, or a table or a chart or a graph. Those are formatting features, right? I mean, those are presentation features, graphic features, whereas we're evaluating and synthesizing the content as presented in those formats, right? So wouldn't it be better? Oh, you've already done it. I see. Coach, you're here.
Yeah, I was just doing it as you said it because you're right.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily see that that there needs to necessarily be a reference to theme here. I mean, I get what it's gesturing at, but that doesn't really seem to be what the standard is about. I mean, we have no reference to theme in the cornerstone. We've made no reference to meaning at any other grade level. It's just simply been an evaluation of the media, the multimedia components and the formats utilized, not really gesturing towards a broader meaning.
I'm thinking back to like benchmark questions that I've gotten on this standard, and it's typically like we'll get two texts, two versions of like King Arthur, like two versions of the same text or idea, and then there's questions about like comparing them and like evaluating their differences, or how is the theme portrayed differently in this one versus that one. So that's what I've seen, but correct me if I'm wrong, I guess, Mr. Lyons.
I was just gonna say that one typically is like reading standard 9. Now I haven't seen your benchmark, so I don't know what it's been aligned to, but yeah, typically that practice of like analyzing how a theme is represented in this text versus this text, and the similarities and differences, that would fall more under the R9 realm.
Okay, my bad. I must be getting the numbers mixed up.
Okay. So are we then back to considering these example lists that we were working on for RL and RI?
The only thing I can think of, and this does not solve the problem of literature, is citations. I think it's healthy for students to evaluate the quality of citations. And that to me is like a type of content that is not necessarily the main body text, but that does not help with literature. Mostly it
Yeah,
doesn't.
and my understanding, if I was understanding Miss Now correctly, is that we were kind of moving the examples away from content down to the diverse formats or media. Is that correct, Miss Now?
Yes, that's what I had concluded. But I see what Dr. Stout is saying. Although I guess in a way we did address that to an extent in another standard. I mean, that is something they do have to do, though. They do have to evaluate and synthesize that, their understanding of citations and references. But
I'm just not sure if, I mean,
I don't know that.
it could pertain to the standard. I just wonder if this standard is more about like different types of content in different media formats. And sure, there are differences in how you cite in the context of written work versus visual work, but I'm not sure if that's a real major focus of what we're doing here.
I mean, what we've created, I think, as the text progress in rigor, so will, like our other high school standards have, typically as they progress in rigor, so will the standards. So I mean, I'm good with what we've created for 11 and 12, but again, I'll defer to the committee if anybody else has any suggestions.
I'm good with what we've created. Who wants to make a change?
So would that then, you said for 11, 12, would that then be, we're just going to eliminate these EG lists and just keep the language of the standard without the example list of examples, or?
What we've created, just copy and paste the same things for E1 and 2 into E3 and E4.
Would we want to just have EG visuals on the literature and EG data on the RI, just to kind of keep it 1-to-1, so there's one item on both lists just for the parallelism of it all?
Is it necessary?
I probably not. There's a part of me that's just like bothered by saying visuals in both locations, but just saying data in one location. That's just me being, that's the copy editor in me, I think.
Well, why don't you write it down
As long as I
the
get
way?
visuals, as long as I get data, I don't care where you put it.
I agree. I like data in there, and I think we're aiming for clarity for our teachers and what they are to teach, and I think that clarifies that for them.
Yeah, no,
we're going to include data.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to include data. I was just asking if we wanted to eliminate visuals from the RI versions, just so that we had one example provided for each standard rather than
I
1, 2,
understood.
1, 2.
I was just saying, like, yeah, that's fine with me as long as data is what I was trying to convey. I probably didn't say that.
Great. No, I think my brain's just fried.
Y'all are doing great. The only thing I'll flag on the English 1, 2 versus 3, 4, it looks like in the original standards it went from 2. Oh no, you have 2 or more. Never mind. Retract. Y'all got it covered.
Okay, so essentially we would have the same 910 standard and 1112 standard for RL and same for 910 RI and 1112 RI. We would say evaluate and synthesize content presented in 2 or more diverse formats or media, e.g. visuals, for the RL version, and then evaluate and synthesize content presented in 2 or more diverse formats or media, e.g. data, in the RI version.
I just wanted to mention something that's in the old 1112 for RL IKI.7. It says including how the version interprets the source material. I don't know if we're, just want to make sure we're not losing anything.
What do they mean by that?
I guess it's kind of gesturing towards adaptation, like, you know, probably for in most classrooms like film adaptations. But I mean, there are obviously other adaptations, but a visual adaptation of a written work, or a written adaptation of a visual work. Asking how they interpret the other, but
Could be
to
like
me, that feels a
paintings
bit
as well, art.
that feels a bit restrictive to me. It feels like that could be contained within the standards that we have currently. But
Are there enough words in there to address that?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the EAT took that out for that reason, that it was just almost too specific, and that if they kept the wording broad enough, it would include instances where there is a version interpreting the source text. But that's also something that you can specify that we call out in the standards guides as an example of how students can practice the standard too. So, yeah.
Do we need to do that, Annie?
I'm fine with either. I just wanted to bring attention to it.
Well, if we're just fine with it, then we probably won't ask them to do anything about it.
I do have one quick, and sorry to look back at the EG, but it's quick. I would just ask that perhaps we consider adding texts to each of the EG lists, since that's the primary format or media we're considering, and there's no reference to text at all in the standard unless we do that. So just EG text visuals, EG texts data, EG text visuals, EG texts data.
I agree. Yes, good Ed.
Does everyone feel okay with that? And then we actually have a list here instead of just the one item.
Any objection to that? I see none. Let's move on.
Okay, if we are good there, then we have finished the 7th standard, and so we just have 8, 9, and 10 remaining. 8, good news on 8, it's just an RI standard, so we should get it done in half the time. Knock on whatever available wood you might have. So the KRI, the cornerstone for this particular standard is evaluate the argument and specific claims in a text, including the validity of the reasoning as well as the relevance and sufficiency of the evidence. So this is the evaluation of the line of reasoning, essentially, of a text. Does anyone have any edits they want to propose to the cornerstone, or did the TDOE have any comments on the cornerstone?
No feedback.
Okay. So are we
It
good
looks
for the cornerstone?
It looks pretty powerful.
Okay. If we're good there, then I'm going to go ahead and move to the kindergarten standard. The kindergarten standard says, with prompting and support, identify the reasons an author provides to support points in a text. Thoughts there?
Any suggestions for a change?
Does the TDOE have anything?
No feedback until 2nd grade on this.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing no recommendations for change, I suggest we move on.
So are we good to keep that one then?
Yes.
Okay. Then the first grade iteration of the standard reads, identify the reasons an author provides to support points in a text. It's the exact same language as the kindergarten standard. It's just removing prompting and support.
Oh, okay, sure. Yep, that sounds like a good way to scaffold it.
I am just going to make a quick note that there's a double space after the colon here. So I'm just making an edit to remove that extra space. Obviously not a substantive edit, but just one for formatting.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
everybody good with that?
What year did we advance from points to argument? I know it's not these grades, but just cognizant of that we had a long discussion on that in another standard, the switch from points to argument.
Was that the 5-6 jump that we talked about?
They argumentative, I know in argumentative writing, it's not introduced until 6th grade, so that might be.
So I'm looking back at the argument writing. So we say opinion pieces until up and through 5th grade, and then we shift to argumentative writing in 6th grade.
Correct.
For writing.
And that's
So
currently what we're working on now in 6th grade is argumentative writing this week.
Okay.
And that's 6th grade. And 5th grade is not.
It seems as though the language of these standards as currently written seems to mimic that. If you look down to the 5th grade, it says reasons and evidence. And then in 6th grade, it shifts over to claims and counterclaims. So it's identifying the argument. So it seems as if the language here kind of mimics what the decisions we made on argument writing.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, I just remember a long conversation about the word point, so I was just trying to.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll watch for it.
Okay, so are we ready to move to 2nd grade?
Yes, please.
Okay, 2nd grade reads, describe how reasons support specific points an author makes in a text. We're not just identifying the reasons, we're now describing how the reasons support the points.
And there is feedback. It says, please consider replacing describe with explain. They essentially mean the same, and it helps with demonstrating that there is no meaningful difference between the 2nd grade and 3rd grade standard aside from increase in text complexity.
I'm fine with that, if everyone else is fine with that.
Me too. I think we actually addressed that elsewhere.
So it would read, explain how reasons support specific points an author makes in a text.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, if we're okay with that, then we would have the identical same language in the 3rd grade standard. So would we want to go ahead and lock in that language for the 2nd and the 3rd grade standard?
Yes.
Yes.
We've talked a lot about the difficulty of the jump to 3rd grade, so maybe it'll be nice for the 3rd grade teachers to get to stick to the same language for once. Okay. 4th grade reads, explain how an author uses reasons and evidence to support particular points in a text. So we're just introducing evidence. We've been talking about reasons for a while, but now we're talking about evidence as well.
Sounds good to me.
Great.
Sounds good.
Okay. 5th grade then says, explain how an author uses reasons and evidence to support points in a text, identifying which reasons and evidence support which points. So just instead of just saying there is evidence to support the reasons, we're now connecting evidence to specific reasons.
Sounds good.
Sounds great.
Okay. Everybody feel good about that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This is a lot of keeps in a row I'm throwing off. All right. 6th grade now reads, identify the argument and claims and counterclaims in a text, distinguishing claims that are supported by reasons and evidence from claims that are not.
We have
do we have
TDOI
TDOE
feedback on
there?
that.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
It says, please consider changing the wording to identify and explain instead of just identify to make it clear that students should be doing both at this level. since students have already been explaining elements of arguments in grades 3 through 5.
That seems fair to me. Does anyone disagree?
Nope. Good idea. Okay, we're ready to go on.
Do we want to throw an and or in, but instead of and between claims and counterclaims, since some texts may not possess a counterclaim?
Yes, makes sense. I think we have agreement there.
Yes, it's different. Yeah, yes.
Okay, let me just type that really fast.
How you doing,
Okay.
Rosemary?
I'm doing good. I had a great meeting today.
Oh, good. That's good to hear. Yeah, well, so if you have any more objections, we want to hear from you, okay? All right.
Okay, are we good to move to 7th grade now?
Yes.
Okay. Identify and explain the argument and specific claims and counterclaims in a text, assessing whether the evidence is relevant and sufficient to support the claims. I think we should just add that change and to and or like we did in the previous standard, but otherwise I don't have any comment here. Does the TDOE have anything?
No, they don't. Not in the middle grades.
I agree with your recommended change. Anybody have any objections to that? All right, let's roll.
Okay.
Another keeper.
Then 8th grade, we'll read identify and evaluate. So we're no longer explaining, we're now evaluating. Identify and evaluate the argument and specific claims and counterclaims in a text, assessing whether evidence is relevant and sufficient to support the claims and the reasoning is logical.
That's rigorous.
Yes.
Good job. I say keep it.
Should we add a second whether there for just clarity, assessing whether evidence is relevant and sufficient to support the claims and whether the reasoning is logical? Or is that just, I just misread it the first time?
No.
So what are you saying, yes or no?
No, I don't think you need the second whether. You're just saying for grammar purposes? No, I don't really think you need it for.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't need for grammar purposes. I just didn't know if it needed it for just clarity. But if no one else thinks that, then I'm good with not adding it.
Keep it as is. I see everybody agreeing with that. Let's roll.
Okay. Then E1, E2 reads trace and evaluate the argument and specific claims in a text, assessing whether the claims are supported by sound reasoning and relevant sufficient evidence. Identify refutations of counterclaims, false statements, and fallacious reasoning.
Any TDOE comments?
Nope.
Trace, what does that mean?
I know your predecessors had a big discussion about their feelings on Trace. I don't know if Tammy recalls the nature of the discussion.
It's traditionally been assumed to be the same as identify. So.
Oh, I think you're on mute, Tammy. That's helpful, thanks. Thank you.
We haven't used
See if I can
trace.
unmute you, Tammy. There we go. I think
They want to be added to the glossary.
It's more than just identifying. You have to take it from the first time it's mentioned and talk about the entire argument and how it actually develops. If the argument develops, and if it doesn't develop, is it a good argument? So that's how we interpreted trace. It wasn't just identifying. It was actually looking at how it developed through the text.
And we say that better.
Yeah, like analyze the
Identifying how it
development of.
develops.
So, Brianna, and Miss Lacy, is it the word trace? Is it in the glossary for teachers to understand what that word means? As I was looking, I didn't see the word trace, but
We can definitely put that in there.
Okay, there's something about tracing the key points just in the introduction of the reading. It's just in this icky piece. And then, yeah, Ms. Na is absolutely correct. It's not in the glossary.
I guess my only counter to that would be, why are we using verb once? Like if we haven't like referred to it anywhere else in the standards, kind of like mood. Like it feels out of place if this is the only time we've used it.
Well, I felt the same way, but I think she said earlier in her explanation that it's more than identify. It talks about a sequence. And I don't know if there's another way to say that without using the word trace, but it's more than identify, from what I understand.
I have an idea. I keep on, I'm really struggling with switching back to Windows, so I'm sorry for that. But maybe if we put evaluate the development of the argument and specific claims in a text. I'm okay with the word trace. I interpreted, like my initial interpretation of trace is exactly what Miss Tammy, I forgot your last name, I'm sorry. But what she said, but I do think if we use the word trace, it would probably be beneficial to put it in the glossary or use that word develop instead, or development.
I like evaluate development better myself.
My only, I think I like trace, and here's why. Just because we've maintained this structure throughout the middle grades of identify and explain, or identify and, well, it's identify and explain, and then identify and explain, and then identify and evaluate, and now it's trace and evaluate, trace and evaluate. So it kind of maintains that, track the development of the argument and then also evaluate it. Just kind of maintains that structure, which would also allow us to make a corresponding edit to the cornerstone, because the cornerstone, if you look right now, just reads evaluate. Evaluation is the only verb in the cornerstone at the moment.
So I agree with Hilliard, leave trace as it is, but if we could add it to the glossary so that teachers will be able to understand what that meaning of the word trace is.
I could deal with that. Thank you, Rosemary.
I think that'll be an important, I agree with that as well, because currently trace is used at the 6th and 7th grade levels only. It's not used in the upper grades. So if we're switching it to the upper grades, that'll certainly be something we need to identify exactly what that means. So yeah.
Okay. Are you comfortable
So
with
you have traced how much we have used the word trace? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. That's right.
Yes, that's what he said.
That does make me ever so slightly anxious if we're viewing trace as being a more rigorous version of this, but we've only ever used it in 6th and 7th grade. So that does give me a little pause. But I understand the logic. I mean, it makes sense to me that tracing would be a more extensive version of identifying. So
we need to add trace to the cornerstone then.
I think we need to have either identify or trace there, since we're identifying and tracing from 6 through 12. I think we need to have some verb that captures that idea. And I guess since we end with trace, it makes sense to end with trace in the cornerstone as well.
I agree. I think we've already certified among ourselves how important the word trace is in identifying the activity that we're asking the students to do. So how would you put that in the cornerstone then?
I mean, I think it would just be as simple as saying, rather than evaluate, just trace and evaluate the argument and specific claims in a text, including the validity of the reasoning as well as the relevance and sufficiency of the evidence.
And you would insert that where it's 6th grade level?
Well, Cornerstone runs constantly. So the Cornerstone is K through 12. So it would just be all of them. Are we
Okay.
okay with trace being in the cornerstone?
Yes,
Yes,
that's
I
good.
think we've identified that it's an important skill.
Okay. Then are we good to accept that E1, E2 standard as well without any additional edits?
Yes.
Yes.
Or I guess any edits at all, because we stuck with trace and evaluate.
I don't see anything. Do you see anything from a grammatical standpoint? Any commas,
No.
semicolons?
I don't see anything now.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Then E3, E4 reads trace and evaluate the argument and specific claims in a text, assessing whether the claims are supported by sound reasoning and relevant sufficient evidence. That to that point, it's the same as the previous standard, and then it alters after the semicolon. Instead of identify refutations of counterclaims, it says analyze refutations of counterclaims, semicolon, identify false statements and fallacious reasoning. I guess I don't really understand why we're just analyzing the refutations of the counterclaims and not also analyzing the false statements and fallacious reasoning. Seems to me as if we could just say analyze refutations of counterclaims, false statements, and fallacious reasoning.
Agreed.
I agree. Yes. Make that change, please.
I'm doing it as we speak. Okay.
I have the next
It has
couple
been made.
standards. Okay.
What was that?
These kids are going to be critical thinkers.
There we go. I was just saying, Vice Chair Hilliard, I know sometimes there's a lag, so I was going to say we have the next couple standards pulled up, but you're
Okay.
speeding ahead of me.
I've gotten faster at this.
Not just faster, fast.
Okay. Are we good to move to the 9th standard then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're back to RI and RL, so this one won't go quite as fast as the last one probably, but onward and upward. The cornerstone reads, analyze how two or more texts analyze how two or more texts address similar themes or topics in order to build knowledge or to compare the approaches an author takes. Any feedback on the cornerstone from TDOE or from any of us?
No feedback from TDOE.
I have one note. We got those letters about incorporating more language about culture into this standard. But when I was looking at it myself, I felt like that fit maybe better in the reading 10 standard rather than here. But I just wanted to mention that we got 2 letters about that.
Folks want to pull those up. I believe it's the Ed Trust Tennessee and the Tennessee Alliance for Equity in Education letter in round 2. And Annie, are you also, or sorry, Ms. Dockery, are you also talking about the letter from round 1 from that same group?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so it's in one of your 1-pagers in your prep work. I'm happy to put it on the screen if helpful. But yeah, also another note, feel free to boss me around, tell me what to do on the screen. I'm happy to show whatever.
It seems that this group primary ask is that they say the changes we made are in the right direction. However, we believe that explicitly including a requirement to compare literature across diverse cultures and perspectives is imperative. Is the language they're using.
I have, with this particular standard, putting in the standard, I have some fear that it might get a little too boxed in for teachers. So I kind of felt like it might work better in the 10 standard where you'd say something about from a diverse culture. We kind of have a nod to that, but it's not as explicit, I think, as they're wanting. And I think it's a little up for interpretation the way it's written currently in that R10 standard myself. But I think if we incorporate it into this one, it would probably need to be like an or situation, just because I do have fear that it would become where we can only compare thematically across cultures instead of that being one option.
Right.
I would second that from the TDOE perspective, just that I know that when it comes to the materials adoption, that standard 10 is kind of the place they go to for, you know, what types of text are included in materials. So I think that feedback would best be included in 10, and then standard 9 would be the practice that students do with those types of texts.
So how does this affect the writing of the cornerstone and standards for 10? What do we want to do?
And it sounds as though we mostly think that this language about diverse texts is better suited to the 10 cornerstone, perhaps. So this might be something we come back to once we finish the 9 standard. Am I hearing the temperature of the room correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So are we good then with this 9 cornerstone?
Yes.
Yes.
I
Okay.
see all the nods. Let's roll.
Okay, then let's look at KRL. KRL reads, with prompting and support, orally compare and contrast the experiences of characters in familiar stories. Do we have any TDOE feedback on that standard?
No.
Do we have any?
Sounds very
SRC
familiar
feedback?
to others.
Are we good to keep that one?
Keep it.
Yes, keep it.
Okay. The 9, or sorry, KRI reads, with prompting and support, orally compare and contrast basic similarities and differences between 2 texts on the same topic, which aligns to the TN Science Social Studies standards. I do have just a quick clarification. I'd love to hear from any EA team members on the call or TDOE. I noticed this particular standard is when we start to have references to which aligns to the Tennessee Science and Social Studies standards. I guess I'm just a little confused by, I guess it's an attempt at interdisciplinarity, but it seems a bit odd to only include it here. So I would love to hear some explanation of why this language is included.
So by looking at this, well, they use compare and contrast, but they also come back and say basic similarities, which means compare, and differences contrast between 2 texts. They're looking at 2 texts, and I'm assuming integrating the science and social studies within that text. The article could be on a science article, it could be a social studies article. This is what I'm reading into that, because I've seen that and I've done that, but maybe I could get more feedback from the Tennessee Department of Education.
Leanne, are you still here? I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yes.
Okay, this
Go
is
ahead.
yours.
Sorry.
The way I understood it, they wanted to make sure that a lot of the texts that were being used did go back into the science and social studies so that those 2 subjects could be addressed better in elementary. Is that right, Leanne?
Yeah, it's also an equity move, just so kids could have be exposed to the science social studies topics within their reading, so they'll get some background knowledge, and then they can take that back into the content, and then it also will help on the assessment if we don't talk about that. But
And to echo that is, with this standard, it kind of has a split where in grades K through 5, the reason why they're analyzing 2 or more texts that have similar themes is to build knowledge. And so, whereas in grade 6 through 12, it's to compare the approaches the author takes. But so I think that the EAT, and Leanne, correct me if I'm wrong, was trying to like emphasize that building knowledge piece
Yes.
in K5, which would naturally come through the science and social studies alignment.
Yes. And we
So-
know that we're not saying this is taking place of the content of science and social studies, but by having texts that align, then it helps that build that background knowledge and that front loading or just making connections and deepening their understanding of the knowledge that they're learning in those contents. And it builds year after year. So it kind of keeps it consistent throughout the years. Whereas, and that is just for all kids. It's just, again, like I said, it's an equity move as well.
Okay, that makes sense
Yes,
to me. So it's the,
it does, and I agree with that because I noticed in our Wonders curriculum, we utilize that for our kindergarten on up, as well as our iReady teacher toolkit. So I agree with that as well.
so if I'm hearing this correctly, it's the texts themselves are aligning to the science and social studies standards.
Yes. So like the
Okay, so-
curriculum units would have text that align in with the science social studies curriculum standards.
So with the wording, I think because the phrase which aligns, I guess I'm having a hard time because which kind of functioning as a relative pronoun there. It seems as though the topic is the antecedent for that pronoun, but if we want it to be text, I think we could say something along the lines of with prompting and support, orally compare and contrast basic similarities and differences between two texts on the same topics, that align to the Tennessee Science
Yeah, I'm
social
okay with
studies
that.
standards rather than right. So that align versus which aligns.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Are we okay?
I heard the word similar topic. Is similar better than same?
Well, if they align, then I think as long as they're within that realm of content, they should. I mean, I don't know, same topic, similar topic.
Yeah.
That
We
might
use the
work.
language similar in the cornerstone.
And for that reason, I think it should be here.
So it would just be on similar topics rather than on the same topic.
If it's not the same topic, would it align to the science and social studies?
Okay.
I think I prefer same here for,
I do too.
yeah.
I think,
Yeah, this is kindergarten. It's pretty early on. We probably don't
yeah,
want
I
them
think
to have to do a lot of.
for it to align, I think it's got to be the same topic.
Okay.
Since the impact
Okay.
is really on your textbooks and instructional materials,
As
I
you
encourage you
build,
to just
as
put
you
your textbook
build,
hat on.
they can have like the standards build all along. So like a 5th grade, they could have topics in their curriculum or any science social studies from 5th grade below, because those are all things they should know, right?
Right.
Okay. So is our language then going to be with prompting and support, orally compare and contrast basic similarities and differences between two texts on the same topic that align to the Tennessee Science Social Studies standards?
I've heard people affirm that that's correct.
Okay.
If there's no objections, let's move on.
Okay. Then first grade RL reads, compare and contrast the experiences of characters in stories, including written details and illustrations when developmentally appropriate. I think there should be a comma, but after stories there. Well, never mind. I don't think that is the case because those are stories including written details and illustrations. So never mind.
I guess my question would be, do we need when developmentally appropriate? Like, isn't that understood for every single grade?
Yeah.
So
I would agree. So can we just delete when developmentally appropriate?
Yes,
I guess the whole point of a standard is that it's developmentally appropriate.
exactly.
I think, and I don't know, I'm not an elementary person. I'm wondering if the phrase is not referring to the standard as a whole, but just to the illustrations
Yes,
part.
I agree. And I think if you were to take out when developmentally appropriate, the and or might be appropriate, like you've used in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
If we're referring exclusively
Well-
to the illustrations, is that my understanding? Then should we
Well,
say developmentally appropriate illustrations?
I think you also have to remember that these are very complex texts that they're using. So you have to pick and choose which ones you like. Some may not be appropriate for this age group in the book, you know, to go
I
to
think
that.
to expand on that, it's not saying that illustrations are developmentally appropriate. It's saying allowing writing or drawing basically is appropriate to accept as a demonstration of understanding of compare and contrast. Is that correct, Leanne?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
So
not about
that's how-
illustrations. It's about,
Go ahead. Sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I guess it's just, are the written details and illustrations being produced by the student to reflect their comparison and contrast, or are they written details and illustrations within the stories?
It's a great question.
I think those are within the stories.
Okay.
But I think because the stories are complex, there are some parts of the story that we may not go to because they're deeper, maybe. I'm trying to remember what we were thinking to put in the developmentally appropriateness.
So if I think that's the crux of the issue there, if we're talking about the written details and illustrations in the text, then I don't think when developmentally appropriate is needed. But if we're talking about students' response,
Because
then
I
I
don't,
think that's
well,
where it would be needed.
well, okay, hang on. We're asking the kids to compare and contrast the experience of characters. So how are they going to do that? Right? They will do that. Stories including, I think it needs to be reworded.
In kindergarten, it says orally compare, so they're talking about how they compare.
So it's what
So
they're
I
doing.
think
So it would be written or illustrating the comparisons.
it
Writing,
appears that
not
that
written,
is
but
what was intended. I don't know.
yeah, I would
don't know
say
either.
since that one's orally compare and contrast, this is in writing or through illustrations.
Mhm.
Compare and
Then
contrast.
we need to change where that is in the
Yeah,
sentence. It
I
should
will
probably
agree
read
with that.
comparing contrast in writing or through illustration the experiences of characters and stories.
Well said.
Could we, but to me, that's still, we want to show that it's the student doing it. So what if we said compare and contrast the experiences of characters and stories, semicolon, produce written details and illustrations when developmentally appropriate?
To mirror the language above, it has orally compare. So
Orally.
could it be in writing and illustration and or illustration, something like that?
Put in the orally.
Well, instead of orally,
Oh,
put
I
in
see what you're
writing.
saying. Write it instead of orally put in.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was my intention, but with compare and contrast in writing and or illustrations, the experiences of characters and stories, just because it would mirror the location of orally in the kindergarten standard.
But that's not what's in the revision currently that I see.
Oh, I'm oh sorry, I had it typed up, but I hadn't clicked out.
Okay, that's where my confusion was. Okay, so
Okay.
So it would read, sorry, compare and contrast in writing and or illustrations the experiences of characters and stories.
Yes. That says it quite simply.
I'm
Eliminates
open
a
to whatever the committee prefers. I was just pointing out that it could be in writing and or illustrations, compare and contrast, rather than compare and contrast in writing and or through illustrations. It has orally first in the standard above.
Okay. So I made that edit. In writing and or illustrations, compare and contrast the experiences of characters and stories.
Is that acceptable to everyone? I see head nods. I'd say we're done.
Okay.
Good work.
Right. First grade RI is going to have, well, yeah, it's going to be similar, I think, because it says compare and contrast basic similarities and differences between two texts on the same topic, including written details and illustrations when developmentally appropriate, which aligns to the Tennessee Science and Social Studies standards. So I guess it should read, this one's going to take some workshopping, I think. So it would read in writing and or illustrations, just to mirror what we did above. Compare and contrast basic similarities and differences between two texts on the same topic that align to the Tennessee Science and Social Studies standards. Okay, I typed out a version of that. It's in I-171. If that looks all right to folks.
Looks good to me. Anybody else have questions or want to make any more changes? Hearing none, let's move on.
Okay. Second grade RL reads compare and contrast two or more versions of the same story by different authors or different cultures. Do we have any TDOE feedback there?
Not till the R, is it the RI?
This is the RL.
The R, no RL. No
Does
feedback.
anyone
No.
Does anyone on the SRC have any, or anyone else on the call have a comment on this one?
No
Nope.
comments.
I'd say it's approved.
Okay. And then second grade RI reads compare and contrast the most important points presented by two texts on the same topic, which aligns to the Tennessee Science and Social Studies standards. Outside of just changing which to that, I think we had TDOE comment on this.
They want to move that well, they say which aligns, but that aligns to behind the word topic, as it makes more sense. So it would, I guess, say
I
topic.
think
already
the rephrasing that you've already been doing with that, because it
Makes
was
sense.
confusing
Okay.
originally. Yeah, I think it's working. So
Okay.
yeah.
That was it.
So it would read compare and contrast the most important points presented by two texts on the same topic that align to the Tennessee Science and Social Studies standards. I will say we have in this standard spelled out science and social studies rather than doing science/social studies. Do we have a preference on science/ versus science and? I personally prefer science and. Are we good with me changing
fine with
slashes to and?
I think it sounds fine.
I just like words rather than symbols. Okay. All right. So are we good on that one?
Yes.
Okay. 3RL reads compare and contrast the themes, settings, and plots of stories written about the same or similar characters. Do we have any TDOE feedback on there?
No feedback.
Where, if someone could check for me, I can't recall. Where have we gone? At what point in the progression have we moved from just stories to stories, drama, and poems? Because here we're just saying stories. So I just wanted to make sure we're keeping that in alignment with elsewhere in the standards when we have reached a certain point and we've expanded that out to include multiple genres.
I think it was either first or second grade.
I found a 4th grade with poems, dramas, and stories. Let's see how far it'll take us back.
I'm seeing
3rd
several
grade.
at 4th or 5th.
You added it to 2nd, it looks like.
Yeah,
Or
we did it.
you
We did
revised
it
it
to
at 2nd.
yeah, yeah. We added it to a 2nd grade, so there is a precedent for us doing that at this level. So would we want to say compare and contrast the themes, settings, and plots of stories, dramas, and poems written about the same or similar characters?
I think so.
Yes.
Do we, and again, I'm gonna like kick this out to my elementary folks. Are there dramas and poems at this grade level, typically, especially with characters that you would compare?
Probably not. Not, I mean, I haven't really seen many at all.
What grade level is this again?
2nd.
Oh no, I've seen it in 3rd grade. I haven't seen it in 2nd, but 3rd, yes.
No poems in 2nd grade? I feel like
Poems, yes, but
is how I learned how
I
to
mean, you
read.
have them, but not as many, not as
with
many as 3rd
characters to
grade.
compare and
Yeah.
contrast, and they're
Yeah.
more understanding. They're more simplified poems.
Yeah, just so we're all aware of what we've done on the 2nd grade RL CS5, we have the standard reads describe the overall structure of stories, dramas, and poems, including how the beginning introduces the story and the ending concludes the action. So we've looked at the sort of like the structure of stories, dramas, and poems at this level. But if we feel like that's not pertinent to this particular standard, then I'm fine with that. Just wanted us to know what we've done elsewhere. Because this would be 3rd grade, so we have elsewhere in 3rd grade. In 3rd grade, RLCS5, we said refer to parts of stories, dramas, and poems using terms such as chapter, scene, and stanza. Describe how each successive part of a text builds on earlier sections. So we've mostly talked about like parts, like of structural elements of dramas and poems, rather than themes, settings, more just plot, I suppose.
I'm good with it as it stands.
Is
Yeah.
everybody else good with it as it stands?
Yeah.
So we're not going to include the language of dramas and poems here.
I didn't hear any change.
The only thing, they struggle with just understanding a poem. If they're having to take 2 poems and compare and contrast things, I don't think that it's developmentally appropriate.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, then we'll leave it as is then. All right. 3RI reads, compare and contrast the most important points and key details presented in 2 texts on the same topic, which aligns to the Tennessee Science and Social Studies standards. Obviously, we'll make the that align edit, but does anyone else have any other edits to this one?
Anyone?
No edits, just
Okay, here done. Let's roll with it.
Okay. 4th grade RL reads, compare and contrast the ways authors approach similar themes, topics, and patterns of events in stories from different cultures. What is a pattern of events? That plot?
Leanne, do you remember?
It's about that.
Leanne, do you remember the
Yeah,
discussion?
that's what I was just trying to think about, that discussion. Um,
I'm looking up the notes, Leanne, if that's helpful.
Okay.
See if I can find it. It's Icky 9, 3rd grade. Okay, hold on.
the patterns of events.
It might be in the original standard. That's what happened last time. No. Okay, so the original, wait, are we RI? No,
Mhm.
RL.
All right,
Okay.
L.
Would it be sequence? I don't know, maybe.
Is it talking about, like say for example, the typical hero's journey across cultures, across texts?
Mm,
It could, but I don't think at that level in fourth grade it would
Right.
be using that terminology. It just
yeah.
might be like beginning, middle, and end. I mean, it would get a little more complex in fourth grade, but not too much.
Okay,
Yeah.
so as suspected, it was from the original current standards, I believe. I can
Okay.
check that. So that would have been their predecessors. Let me see.
Yeah, this language was kept all the way back. And in the original version of the standard, when it said patterns of events, it has e.g. the quest as an example.
Okay.
So
So it's kind of plot tropes. Archetypal stories.
Okay, do we have any changes to this?
I
I
mean,
don't really like the patterns of event.
yeah, I don't love it myself.
I mean, to me, I don't know that teachers would understand what they're looking for or trying to do there.
Right, if this group is confused, then
Yeah.
Banks in the standards guides, is that mapped out pretty clearly? Or
let me double check for that grade level.
is there room for
Oh, for
clarification?
sure. Yeah, we can obviously, whatever the committee decides, spell that out.
Yeah, this is just not language we've used elsewhere, but we have consistently, I mean, like a pattern of events to me, like the pattern of events in a novel is a plot, or not just a novel, but any like narrative writing is kind of like a common plot. So to me, I think we could accomplish mostly the same ideas, but just compare and contrast the way authors approach similar themes, topics, and plot.
We have anyone who wants to make a stab at the new language?
I will say the only thing I found in a EAT rationale document, it just said the word treatment was changed to the way authors. So I'm not sure that really cleared everything up, but
yeah, the treatment of similar themes versus the ways authors approach similar themes.
Is that your recommended language that you've got in that box right now? Jillian?
What I've done right now is just simply copy and paste it over from the current writing. I don't personally think patterns of events should be maintained. I think that's a really, if none of us really know what it means, and it's not like there's some phrases that maybe people don't know what they mean, but they're common parlance. Like they're academic language that needs to be learned. I've never really heard patterns of events as like an academic
What would
phrase.
you put in the guide for that? Like, I don't know what.
So
In the standards
Somebody
guide,
else
I
has
would
that,
put
right?
whatever y'all decide for it.
Right,
But
that's what I'm saying.
yeah, I think I think honestly it was probably just kind of kept and never got questioned in a
That's
couple of
what
these
I'm thinking
iterations.
too.
And I agree. I would, as far as like TDOE goes, and from my perspective, that it doesn't add a whole lot to
Right.
the standard.
I
I
do.
think the basic comparison is from different cultures. So if you're talking about themes and topics, that's enough.
I say when I looked it up, other phrases that mean the same thing, it says plot progression was what came up.
Right. And Mr. Hilliard recommended plot. I think that would be very accessible to fourth grade teachers.
I mean, it seems to me like the original EG was quest. So we're talking about plot archetypes is what we're talking about here, is what they intended, I think. But if we don't want to use like plot archetypes, pretty academic language, and we haven't used archetypes elsewhere. So I think plot just kind of accomplishes that notion. So we're not losing anything, but we're also clarifying it so that people actually know what it means.
You want to substitute the word plot for
I would just say
standard
plot.
of events?
I would say compare and contrast the ways authors approach similar themes, topics, and plots in stories from different cultures.
Okay, that's acceptable to me. Is that
Like-
acceptable to everybody else?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, well done, everybody. We had done, I think, a marvelous job struggling with all the wording and the rigor and the developmental nature of all these standards. I can't say enough of your dedication, but it means we got to meet again. But that's okay, because these are going to be all-star standards. So if the way I read it, our next meeting is going to be tomorrow at 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central, and hearing no other comments from SRC members or TDOE staff, I would say that this meeting is adjourned. Anyone else? All right. We are adjourned until tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Bye all. Thank you.
Yeah, be sure to hydrate for tomorrow.
It's a marathon.
Yes. All right. Bye-bye.
We have